Can you please take your chairs? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Valentina Catalucci, curator at the National Gallery of the Matches. Here, you were there today morning. I speak on behalf of Director Luigi Gallo, who is unable to be here today due to institutional commitments, but he apologizes and okay. He apologizes and extends a really warm welcome to you to this afternoon session of the conference. Now, please welcome the chairman of this session, Professor Ron Spronk. He teaches technical art history at Queen's University in Ontario, Canada.
Thank you so much. As you understand, I was volunteered for this job. Welcome to this first session in the afternoon. I will not be reading the biographies of the speakers. It's very clearly printed in your program books, so please do look that up. Our first speaker of this session is Laura Baratin. Professor Baratin is a professor at the University degli Studi di Urbino, so right here in Urbino, our host. And the title of her presentation is Digital Technologies to Support Art Historical Analysis, the comparative research of Giovanni Santi's Communion of St. Peter and Giusto di Gand's Communion of the Apostles. Please, Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the opportunity offered on this occasion to present research that has involved our School of Conservation and Restoration for years on the potential of 3D models for studying artworks. The application of new technologies to the study of artworks started a few decades ago, initially as an in-depth study of the spatial aspect related to the science of representation in very famous paintings such as the Città Ideale, Piero della Francesca perspective, and so on. Another topic concerned the relationship between high-resolution three-dimensional survey and the study of an artist's structure and technique, the most famous case of which was the study on Leonardo's work La Gioconda, conducted by the Visual Information Technology of the National Research Council of Canada and the Center for Research and Museum on France in 2004. At our school, this research began to evaluate the advantages of three-dimensional surveying to monitor the deformation of support of painting prior to restoration intervention according to the different phases indicated by restorers. The first case concerned the two triptychs by Hieronymus Bosch, the triptych of Santa Liberata and the triptych of the Eremites, kept at the Gallerie dell'Accademia in Venice, the latter of which you can see some details of the work carried out, collaboration with the Bosch Research and Conservation Project Foundation and the Superintendenza di Venezia, led to the survey of the painting surface experimented with different data acquisition and management technologies, geometric comparison between successive acquisition to monitor the formation of the support. The accuracy and repeatability of the measurements in the three-plan and time monitoring campaign made it possible to obtain rigorous results where visual and/or photographic control alone could not provide sufficient guarantees. Here you can see some examples of the result obtained. Number one present an initial result of the two 3D models obtained from the faro laser left images with the application of the texture of Bosch work in the right images. The color scale indicates negative variation from 0 to minus 1 millimeter, indicating blue, and positive variation from 0 to plus 1 millimeter, indicating in yellow. Number two is an example of the processing of data in GIS system to define the height profile can be recreated identically in a future three-dimensional model, as in this case in the first and second Minolta campaign, to compare the graph with the derived profiles. The other images, number three, represent in particular the comparison between the back of the panel, mirrored to make in the correspond with the front, and the digital model, the morphological anomaly in the upper part at the junction between the two vertical panels and the horizontal addition is thus very evident. Imaging number four, compare the isolinear pattern of the digital model with the back of the support. The horizontal line indicates the connection between the two vertical boards and the small upper strip. Note how the left edge is slightly higher than the right in the front of the painting, and how the isolineation follows the course of the discontinuity perfectly, at least in the right and the central parts. Finally, images 5 shows the comparison between the back of the panel and the digital model of the front, with the link between the table indicating light blue, and the image 6, the relative profile from the first two campaigns. Another example of the three-dimensional survey to monitor the formation of the support of Lorenzo Lotto's opera with the digital model of the surface imaged in the number one images and representation of the surface deformation using color scaling in image number 2. Here instead is another application on a work by Giovanni Santi for an analysis of the paint surface, and in particular for mapping the crack lure. On the left is the positioning of the 20 areas analyzed, each area measuring 40 by 40 millimeter, makes it possible to quantitatively assess the incidence of the crack lure in relation to the surface and its relationship with the pigment. The coloring of the area shows the lowest percentage in green and the highest ones in red. On the right are details of some areas in black and white and the color. Finally, I will show you another application of the three-dimensional model as a support for art historians' studies, starting from the data already processed in the project on Van Gogh's Arlesiana in the National Gallery in Rome. A project was developed in ArcMap, a GIS system, to compare to other versions of the painting in the Museum de Arte de São Paulo in Brazil and in the Kröller-Müller Museum in Otterlo in Netherlands, and Paul Gauguin drawing in Fine Art Museum of San Francisco in USA. This last operation made it possible to assess similarities and graphic correspondence between the three Van Gogh's painting and Paul Gauguin's sketch on paper of Madame Ginou. All this comparative work has led to the assumption that the first work made is the one conserved in the São Paulo Museum in Brazil, the second the one conserved in Holland, and the last is the one conserved in Rome, contrary to what art historians have hypothesized. So let's now to turn to the comparative study of the Communion of St. Peter by Giovanni Santi and the Communion of the Apostles by Giusto di Gand, on whose similarities some scholars have already commented. First of all, we started with a tree survey of the Communion of St. Peter by Giovanni Santi, carried out on the occasion of the exhibition of Giovanni Santi's work in Urbino in 2019, in order to assess the deformation of the support during the restoration. The work was surveyed with 2 scans for the front and 2 scans for the back, with a density of points on the work of 1 point every 0.2 of a millimeter for each scan, as can be seen in image number 1, which represents the enlargement of the mesh obtained. In addition to the 3 data, a photography images of both the front and the back was also acquired, as can be seen in images 2, 3, and 4. The processing of this data makes it possible to quantify the deformation of the work, which was severely warped, as can be seen in images 5 and 6 on both the front and the back. The colors refer to the depth in relation to a defined reference plane. Blue indicates the flattest part, and red indicates the part furthest from the reference plane. The starting point was the orthophoto obtained from laser scan data of the front of Giovanni Santi's work, on which the visible light images of Giusto di Gand works was inserted. The correct dimensional ratio was given thanks to general measurement provided in the 2 images of the work respectively. From an initial analysis in CAD, the scale ratio is proportional in the 2 dimensions x and y. For this reason, it was sufficient to know and impose only 1 dimension on the images. In the case of the Communion of Apostles, the vertical total measurement at the center of the work was chosen. The horizontal one was considered more uncertain due to the frequent problem of cutting the images acquired in the different archives. As can be seen in image number 1, a line drawing was made in yellow, more evident, of outline figure of Christ in the Communion of the Apostles, and in red some other details superimposed later on the Communion of St. Peter. The comparison shows an identical scale ratio with only modest difference. Taking the perfectly overlapping face of Christ as a reference, the difference appears at the left end with a deviation of about 3 centimeters. The first analysis seems to confirm the consideration already made by Francesca Bottacin in her last text. For the analysis of detailed black and white images taken from the Kicker archive were chosen for the sake of readability. Geometrical analysis of the historical images revealed that they are affected by a distortion resulting in 2 different scale factors between horizontal and vertical of about 1 centimeter. In view of the fact that our analysis focuses mainly on the figure of the Christ and the neighboring elements, you can assume this deviation on the general measurement to be negligible. The only geometrical certain work in the orthophoto of Santi. For all the rest of the material, we have no certainty of geometrical rigor. Image number 2 shows a Rome some reference point for this comparison. In blue, is the correct images. Image number 2 shows some reference point for these comparisons. In blue, the reference on the visible images, and in yellow, the reference on the black and white archive images. For this overlay and with the different images in Comunione of St. Peter and Comunione of Apostoli. The slide shows geometric elements that are perfectly recognizable. In image 1, a comparison of the face of Christ shows a substantial geometric conformity between the two works, with a maximum deviation of about 1 centimeter on the hair. In image number 2, the detailed analysis of the right arm seems to confirm a substantial geometric congruity of Giusto's work with that of Giovanni Santi. The adaptation performed by means of simple translation and rotation without dimensional adjustment leaves maximus difference of approximately 0.8 centimeter. Perhaps the element where there is an important difference in position between the two works in the small plate under the pyxis that Christ holding in his left hand, as seen in image number 3, circled in green. While in the Communion of the Apostles, there is a distance of the plate from the right arm of about 17 millimeters, and the Communion of St. Peter, this distance is reduced to about 2 millimeters. In the comparison analysis of St. Peter's face, one can verify a different position and important differences in the overall geometry, even if one attempts to superimpose the two drawings, as can be seen in image number 4, which confirm a common inspiration but a different perspective. Finally, in image number 5, the comparison of the pyxis while maintaining the same shape and geometry, the element takes on different position the two works. If one translates Giusto pyxin, it is partially superimposed on John's, which is larger and more carefully executed with respect to perspective. Behind the figure of Christ in the Communion and the Apostles is an abscess with the columns, the scanning of which, however, is not consistent with the column shafts or curtain present in the Communion of St. Peter, although the reference seems obvious. In this slide, both a quadrature hypothesis and the perspective present in the Communion of Apostles have been reconstructed from some signs, as Professor Poldi showed in his speech yesterday. In image number 1, in the reflectography, there is an apparent preparatory squaring in relation to the lower part of the work in yellow and in green. Lines that could identify a perspective defined by the author, which would have the heart of Christ as its vanishing point, can also be seen in red. Also for the Christ communicating St. Peter, a much smaller work, no significant modularity seems to emerge in the analysis here reflectography. Reconstructing the missing portion of the preparatory line with regard to perspective and possible squaring, it can be seen how the vanishing point of Giusto's work is located in an area corresponding to the bust of the Christ, and the horizontal line appear progressively closer as they approach this point, as seen in image number 2 in purple. In imaging number 3, if one translates this line onto the work of Giovanni Santi, where no preparatory geometric elements are evident, the location of the vanishing point consistent with that of the communion of Apostoli is confirmed. The analysis of the reconstruction of a square on the Giusto work in imaging number 1 allows us to identify a module of a regular height, approximately with centimeter, repeated of two elements of different size, 18 and 22 centimeter. In imaging number 2 shows the detail of this modularity relative to the figure of Christ on two works from which a perfect correspondence can be deduced. A final analysis made on the work compared Bacci Venuti's restoration with Oberto restoration, where the differences, especially in the flesh tone, are particular events. The analysis focused on the figure of the Federico da Montefeltro, the dignitaries surrounding him, and the woman with child in the background. In this case, the problem of geometric reliability became even more evident when comparing the geometries, as the archive images were particularly deformed, forcing use to make localized adjustments that did not completely eliminate the anomalies. The line drawing on the figure was made on the image of the 1930 work and superimposed on the 1963 image, from which the detail that you can see in these slides were derived. To conclude, the digital documentation technique and data management proposed in this case allow to develop and deepen art historical research, associating it with scientific rigor, for example, in the area of protocols for the acquisition of images in the visible, also for dimensional uses. To systematize data from other diagnostic investigation, proposing new readings, also referring to the science of representation, to facilitate the accessibility of different information to professionals involved in conservation and restoration for great knowledge and dissemination of cultural heritage studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Baratin. We will hold on to our questions for the end of this session. Our next speaker is Fernando Marias. He is a professor emeritus at the Universidad Autónoma in Madrid. And the title for his presentation is From Petrus Hispanus to Magister Petrus Spagnolis. Pedro Berguete, question mark. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all thank you, Francesca Bottacin and Bar Francis, for their kind invitation to attend to this symposium. In 1604, the painter and art treatise writer Pablo de Céspedes wrote of a Spaniard in his comparison between ancient and modern painting and sculpture, who was not Berruguete the Elder, that he had painted in the studio in Urbino some wonderful portraits. Around this time, he wrote, some painters should have flourished in Spain, Berruguete the Elder, father of Alonso Berruguete the Younger, an excellent painter and sculptor, imitator of Michelangelo, and Alexo Fernandez, a northern, who did many works in Seville and in Córdoba. And that painter, who painted the Serge in Naples, whose name was not mentioned, and another Spaniard who in the Palace of Urbino, in a study room of the Duke, painted some heads like portraits of famous men. Marble is good enough. Marble is good. In his comparison, this fragment of the comparison preserved as an autograph manuscript at Granada. And I'm showing you the transcribed by the 17th century painter Juan de Alfaro for the 9th Duchess of Béjar, who was trying to learn how to paint. The artisan priest from Córdoba, Céspedes, who had lived in Italy from 1567 to 77, and for a second time between 1582 and 84, confessed, and he was maybe lying, he had not been able to read Vasari's lives, and that he was telling what he had seen and heard from the old people who had written about these arts. Juan de Alfaro added that Federico, Count of Urbino, was created in the year 1472, so it is certain to have been painted at this time, underlying the correctness of Céspedes' chronological information. We should think that Céspedes, in his travel to Urbino, had thought the Flemish painter at the Studiolo was a Spaniard, or more likely, he had heard of a Spanish painter he had not identified with Berruguete the Elder, and whose name was silenced. This is the copy by the Count of Urbino. We can not rely entirely on Céspedes' skills. This is Federico Conde de Urbino, created in 1472. We cannot rely entirely on Céspedes' skills as a connoisseur. In his comparison between ancient and modern painting, he tried to check if some of the achievements of the ancients had been recovered by the modern painters. So he wrote concerning Plinius' painting of Lucida Vestis, of Judith. He has seen in the collection in Florence of the Archbishop of that city, Alessandro di Ottaviano de' Medici. On the Catagrapha of the Ancients, with the work of Masaccio in San Clemente in Rome, or attributing to the Saint Mark painting and his Roman Basilica to Perugino, a picture whose authorship has been even assigned to Giusto di Gand. He could not have relied on Vasari, Céspedes, since he had not mentioned Urbino Studiolo and only Giusto di Gand as the author of the Sacrament panel, and as one among the Netherlandish painters with no reference to Urbino Palace at all. He could not have read Bernardino Baldi either in his description of Urbino Palace of 1587, because he had not said a word concerning the artist of the Studiolo, or Lawrence's rather Monumentorum Italiae of 1592, with all the inscriptions. But Céspedes could have talked with his friend, this is Baldi, this is the Monumentorum Italiae that everybody knows about. He could have talked with his close friend, Federico Zuccari, who around 1560 had drawn some of the Uomini Illustri, at least 5 of them still preserved, at the Art Institute in Chicago. And it is well known, and here they are, not many times reproduced. As it is well known, these panels were moved to Rome in 1632 and placed at the Barberini Palace until the mid-19th and the beginning of the 20th century, 1934. And these are the copies that had been attributed to the school of Raphael that are at the Accademia in Venice. In 1632, the Frenchman Gabriel Naudet made a painter, maybe Claude Melun or Franz Sligeland, drew a sketch, more precisely 2 sketches, of the Communion of the Apostles, and he added the inscription Petrus Hispanus Pinxit as the author of the composition. Ubaldo Tosi and Don Antonio Corradine in the 18th century reported that Piero Spagnolo as the author of a panel depicting the St. John the Baptist in the desert. In 1822, Luigi Father Luigi Pungileoni mentioned, a pittore spagnolo painter active in 1477, and who became in 201 a Magister Perus Spagnolos Pictur, who was habitator of Urbini, and had been severely wounded with a bastone cibeferro in capite, so he is with an iron mace on his head. We don't know what happened to him, but in any case, if he is to be identified with the Spaniard Pedro Berruguete, he didn't reappear until 1488 in Toledo, 11 years with no notices, and the first documented painting there in Toledo dated from 1497. We have to remind also that the aggressor, Bartolomeo Brandani di Brandani, was a main person in the Urbino society, a brother of the Gonfaleone of the Ducato, Giovanni Antonio de Brandani, a member of the confraternity of the Corpus Christi. In those dates of the early 19th century, the Communion of the Apostle was the only painting by the so-called Justus group still at Urbino, since the Studiolo panels stayed at Rome until the mid of the 19th century, when they were transferred in half of them to Paris. The other 14 remained at Rome until 1934, with the double portrait of Federico and Guidobaldo. In fact, this is the drawings by Cavalcaselli that we have seen, and the pictures of this panel that are from the early 20th century. And this is the panels in the different locations, finally into different displays in the Louvre, and the more recently in the bottom part of the slide. This is the double portrait, and with a first picture that is known, taken around 1917, and then different images that was afterwards published. So a sketch of this panel was drawn by the Spanish painter and archaeologist Manuel Gómez Moreno González, while in Rome in the years 1878, 90, 78, 78, 80. And this is the drawing by him. The Spaniard didn't mention other name than Andrea Mantegna, that is here, as his author, an attribution that appear in the inventories of the Barberini collection from the mid-17th century. After him, it was attributed to Piero della Francesca, Melozzo da Forli, and only by 1868 by Frederic Reiset, and 1910 to Giusto di Gand. Count Carlo Gamba was the first writer to give it to Berruguete while the panel was still at Rome. In fact, only in the triennium 1925-27 are historians identified this name with that of the Spanish painter Pedro Berruguete, only known from 1988 onwards in Toledo and from 1999 in Avila with a new family. And with works in his village of Paredes de Nava, Palencia, and other nearby villages only since the 90s. It was the product of an oral dialogue and then written among Roberto Longhi, Conte Garro Gamba Giseli, and the Spanish diplomat Juan Allende Salazar, who shared the attribution to Pedro Berruguete, almost always with Giusto di Gand, but sometimes alone, of the illustrious men, the Urbino at the Urbino Studiolo, the Communion, the allegories of the arts in Gubbio or Urbino, and other paintings at the Windsor Conference. Even today, historiography hasn't reached an agreement on this apparently irresolvable problem, which doesn't only draw on this artist. Nevertheless, until 1925, there should have been sources for sentences and drawings. And from 1925, there were only acts of subjective connoisseurship. Longhi, Gamba, and Allende Salazar relied on two premises: an attributional judgment and assertion based on a stylistic grounds, and comparison between Rome, Berlin, and London, and the Prado Museum panels from the Avila convent. This is Gamba text and Allende Salazar text. The Prado panels from the Avila convent on St. Thomas arrived there in 1867, mainly for Carlo Gamba. And some of the images of the kings of Israel from Paredes de Nava for Allende Salazar, and their visual memories, since the number of black and white pictures was also very scarce until then. There had been a Spanish painter at Urbino, Pungileoni, and this should have been Pedro Berruguete, despite Céspedes, although this eyewitness was perfectly misunderstood, since he had written the Spanish painter working at the Urbino studio was not Berruguete. Another misunderstanding was that Berruguete had appeared in Spain in 1483, a year after Federico's death, an 18th century mistake, since he was documented for the first time until 5 years after. So we have a very precious historiographical mess. Just a comparison among the Urbino group and Berruguete's kings or Avila narratives, saints, should clear up the differences between the Urbino group and Berruguete's panels in Spain. Scales, relationship between figures and panel dimensions, architectures, gilded backgrounds until his very late pictures, foreshortening, perspective, excede elevata, almost always, more than excede comune or sede descensa, to say it with the terminology of the 1509 book by Jean Pellerin Viator, the first book on perspective ever published. Even his wall paintings, this is the kings of Israel, his wall paintings at the 1497 Toledo Cathedral to his scenes from St. Peter's life look more a work by Juan de Borgoña, or John from Burgundy, who had repainted them in the 20s of the 16th century. The panels in the Cathedral of Avila, main retabule, begun by Berruguete in 1499, were repainted and finished by this same Juan de Borgoña from 1508, according to his own contract. Let us examine the last contribution to this debate with an important work, the retabule of St. John the Baptist and his martyrdom at the Burgos town of Santa Maria del Campo, published in 1945, and ascribed to Berruguete's early Spanish period after his Urbino journey. Although this attribution was contested by other Spanish scholars with very different reasons, the door of the readings of its description, FCDL, Federico Comiti Duci Laus, more than FCDX, with an odd F smaller than the other three letters, has looked as another evidence of Berruguete's stay at Urbino. Despite the distance of misunderstanding, for instance, of the architecture of the Urbino courtyard, and specifically the corner pillar. Nevertheless, the predella presents images of the man of sorrows, the four evangelists, and a double image of the man of sorrows in front of his mother. Just its new torso, compared with the Brera Christ and the Urbino Saint Sebastian, the very different way of treating anatomy, flesh, blood, or the belly button, should refrain our enthusiasm. Either studying the paintings or by now the under drawings and techniques, the two trends seem as irreconcilable as in the past. Sources and documents from 1477 until 1632 present a Peru's Spanish painter living at Urbino and with a first family, hit with an iron mace. What happened to him after this injury? We don't know for sure, but maybe we could guess looking again to the Comunione of the Apostles. It looks a panel well documented by Giusto di Gand, who worked from February 1473 at least to September 74. the tower of its right, here, section of the panel, should be an evidence for the presence of an artist from Ghent, since this testifies his knowledge of the belfry with the cloth hall and the Ghent jail. That we have also in the Ghent triptych here, this same tower. Maybe he traveled to Rome in 1475 before coming back to Urbino by November of this last year, perhaps for portraying the Pope Sixtus IV. It seems that the painter didn't finish his work by 1474, and from next spring and the summer of 1476, a curtain could have been covering and as protection for the unfinished painting. Then supposedly, a second hand signed the panel and it's as its painter with the name Petrus Hispanus. I don't know if it was added by Noté from something that he had heard, or it was Cartellino that was still present on the bottom section of the panel. In a clear act of appropriation by the Spaniard, but did he finish it? Let me doubt it. It is quite odd to have a St. John the Evangelist against the traditional way of dress in red, as in this attribution less unique and Last Supper by Berruguete, or attributed to Berruguete. It is quite odd to have a St. John Evangelist against all tradition. Here it is. Dressed in a bluish white coat, on a purple dress, as in the Gante, as we've seen at the Gante triptych, and not in red. Giovanni Morelli and Giovanni Battista Cavalcaselli thought the panel had suffered too much for losing segments of surface color. And this is really correct. I wonder if the strike on of the iron mace on Pietro's head could have had much more terrible consequences for the artist. I'm afraid we'd never know about it, but it would have made it impossible for the Spaniard appear in Castile in the following years with a second family. But as Cecil Clough will have put it, this should be, alas, a case of unwishful thinking. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Fernando Marias. Our next two speakers are Marion Ainsworth and Sophie Scully, who we all know very well. Marion Ainsworth is Curator Emerita of European Paintings at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And Sophie Scully is a conservator in the Department of Paintings Conservation at the same museum. Marion, the floor is yours. I understand you start.
Thank you.
The adoration of the Magi takes place in a grand open receiving room that extends beyond into a stable for the ox and the ass at the right, and to Joseph's carpentry shop at the center in the background, where pieces of wood and various tools are strewn on the floor. The stunning artistry of the adoration can be difficult to fully appreciate 5.5 centuries later, and is greatly at the mercy of lighting. Even in the best conditions, the dark passages in the background are not easy to make out. This compromised legibility is due in part to alterations inherent in the artist's materials and in part to human interventions. As is typical for a Tischlein, the distemper paint was applied in thin layers directly onto the fabric support, which was likely sized with glue prior to painting, but evidently not prepared with a white ground or other priming material. Under magnification, not only are we seeing the canvas through the thin paint layers, but the canvas is actually exposed at the high points of the weave, due to a combination of paint application and minor overall wear. Thus, the color of the canvas plays an oversized role in the Tischlein's appearance. Originally off-white, it is now light brown due to the darkening of the fabric with age and to the staining from the many materials that were applied to the reverse of the canvas as lining adhesives and to the recto as varnishes. Furthermore, the properties of water-based paint resulted in a more matte paint surface and muted palette than is typically seen in an oil painting on panel. The many materials applied during past restorations, particularly the glue residue and the current wax lining, resulted in an overall staining of the paint layers as well. Yet despite these various issues, the subtleties of tone and shading remain remarkably legible, particularly under good lighting conditions and sustained viewing. In one final note on condition, the original dimensions of the painting are preserved at left, right, and top, while only a small amount of the canvas appears to have been lost along the bottom edge. It measures 43 by 63 inches, or 109.2 by 160 centimeters. This adoration of the Magi is most often attributed to Justus van Gand, also called Joos van Wassenhove, with Paul Eghout expressing a rare dissenting voice, favoring instead Hugo van der Goes. Scholars usually have associated the adoration of the Magi in date with the Calvary triptych of around 1465, which Joos van Wassenhove painted before his trip to Italy, where a Giusto di Gand is documented in 1473-74, working on the Communion of the Apostles for the Confraternity of Corpus Domini in Urbino. It has been supposed that the adoration of the Magi was painted slightly after 1465. Otto Pecht, on the other hand, and without providing further justification, was firmly convinced that it was painted in Italy after the Communion of the Apostles, thus after around 1474. Like the Ghent Calvary triptych, the Met Adoration of the Magi is much influenced by the works of Dirk Boutz. Jacqueline Folly noted that the Virgin and Child are seated on a red-covered bed as they are in the Boutz or Boutz Workshop Pearl of Brabant. In fact, if one reverses the Met painting, right for left, there are indeed compositional similarities between this painting and the Munich Adoration. The biblical episode plays out across a broad, slightly tilted up plane, punctuated by vertical supporting posts of the architecture, where the main protagonists are aligned across it in a diagonal line. The Black King in each composition is the outlier, placed to the right or left of center, and in the Munich painting, even beyond the supporting beam of the architecture. Here he is associated as much with the accompanying retinue as with the other two kings. The three-legged table is a familiar prop in each painting, and the interior stable of the dilapidated architecture, likewise, is relegated to an upper corner in each where the ox and the ass roam freely. Looking closer to the type of the Virgin, it is clear that Joos's Virgin also derives from Boutzian models. The long curved contour of the cheek starting at the ear and culminating at the chin, the sharply parted hair, the bulbous temples, the arched eyebrows leading into the long, straight, thin nose, and the puckered lips. Joos's Black King, tall, slender, fashionably dressed, and elegantly poised, recalls figures in paintings by Dirk Boutz, especially those in the Justice of Emperor Otto, in particular the two figures at far left and right in the Ordeal by Fire. In costume, a courtier figure in the upper left background of an illumination by the Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy, dated 1470, shows a similar fur-trimmed skirt to that of the Black King's green tunic, not only a quite specific type of male court costume at the moment, but it is similar down to the choice of luxurious materials. Despite the fact that the Calvary triptych is an oil on panel and the Adoration is a Tischlein, there are stylistic similarities between the two works. General elements of the composition relate to each other, especially the prominent use of directional diagonal axes along which the figures are arranged in order to suggest recession into space. The manner in which the bystanders at the left and the right wing of and in the adoration crowd in together is comparable. Many partial heads are identified by variously shaped hats and punctuated by the color red. Equivalent also are the variety of facial types represented and their consistent and convincing preoccupation with the theme at hand. Certain types, such as the man in each in the foreground and in the red hat and beard, are analogous. A distinctive characterization of the wizened old man with animated hand gestures and with sharply articulated features and a long, often unruly beard enlivens the biblical episodes of each painting. Or there's the tall, thin, and elegant black man who is featured as one of the magi in the adoration and introduced as a foreign exotic type in the Calvary triptych. The different materials and techniques in the two paintings render technical comparisons challenging. The Tuch line lends itself to a more graphic approach with painted hatch marks on the surface and dark contour lines, while the Calvary triptych follows the more typical oil on panel strategies of glazes and blended paint. However, close comparisons of the flesh tones alongside the X-radiographs betray similarities in how the paint is built up. See in particular the highlights at the foreheads of each woman and the lines running from the hairline down the bridge of the noses with a point at the tip. See also the distribution of lead white in the black figure of the Calvary compared to the king in the adoration. Furthermore, the underdrawing of the Calvary triptych, particularly of the right side, is comparable to the painted hatching on the Met's adoration. There are some differences. The underdrawn lines of the Calvary do not curve around forms in exactly the same way, but these differences should be considered with their function in mind. Underdrawn hatch marks to indicate shaded passages as opposed to painted hatch marks on the surface. With that important difference aside, there is a similarity in the character. Both types of lines are generally parallel, evenly spaced, occasionally with hooked ends, and generally preoccupied with creating shading in the draperies through hatching and cross-hatching. The minimal underdrawing on the Tuch line is not unexpected, as a bold underdrawing could remain evident through the distemper paint. Those underdrawn lines that are apparent in the reflectogram betray similar preoccupations, adjusting the position of feet and the length of the elegantly elongated legs, or the simple straight lines, sometimes with a hooked end, augmented by some parallel hatching to indicate drapery folds that were then altered in the paint. The preponderance of underdrawing in the Virgin's blue mantle only remains a puzzle. It is a darker passage of paint, and so underdrawing would be hidden better in other passages. The relatively sketchy, irregular appearance of the underdrawn lines recorded on the Met painting appears dissimilar at first. It appears, the appearance of the Met underdrawing may be somewhat due to material, the effect of brush strokes over an unprimed canvas as opposed to a smooth, prepared panel. But when the marks are viewed alongside the Calvary triptych detail, the even spacing of the hatch marks and occasional cross-hatching does appear comparable. Similar rows of short hatch marks that suggest the valleys of the garment folds as those running down the center of the Virgin's mantle can be seen in the draperies of the Calvary triptych as well. Although there are shared characteristics of working procedure between the Calvary triptych and the Adoration of the Magi, there are certain details of the Met painting that suggest that it was not painted in Ghent before Joos left for Italy, but instead was produced in Italy, reflecting a quite possibly experiences the painter had at Duke Federico da Montefeltro's court in Urbino. These specific features include the geometric structure of the composition, and the architecture viewed in the background. Despite the general similarities between Bout's and Bout's workshop paintings, such as the Pearl of Brabant and Joos's painting, the latter shows an expanded and far grander space that places within it figures in two parallel tracks, evenly spaced and meticulously laid out with mathematical precision. The composition shows a masterful geometric schema that focuses on the Magi and their gifts to the Christ child within one grand rhombus, itself comprising 4 equal rhombuses. Directional diagonal lines bisect each of 2 adjoining rhombuses, highlighting the servant, Black King, and the middle-aged king in one, and the old king, Virgin and Child, and Joseph in the other. The calculated arrangement of figures in the grand geometrically conceived composition of the Adoration of the Magi may have been influenced by Dirk Bouts's attention to perspective schemes in his paintings. However, it also calls to mind the Italian paintings that Joos must have seen in the environs of Urbino when he first arrived there at the court of Duke Federico da Montefeltro. One of the Duke's favorite painters, of course, and his close personal friend, was Piero della Francesca, who worked for the Duke on an extended stay in Urbino from 1463 to 66. The Duke and the painter shared an interest in architecture and in geometry, and Piero dedicated his treatise on Euclid's 5 regular geometric bodies to the Duke's son. Well known is Piero's reliance on geometry for the compositions of his paintings. In his Baptism of Christ, the circle of the heavenly sphere and the equilateral triangle with Christ himself within a rhombus on earth overlap. Christ is in the area common to both spheres as a kind of intermediary between heaven and earth. Christ, like the middle-aged king in Joos's Adoration of the Magi, is placed directly on the vertical axis of the painting. There is as well the strong diagonal that passes through the figures at the base of the Baptism of Christ, a feature that likewise is used in Joos's Adoration. Other paintings that Piero made for Federico, such as the Brera Madonna, shows a carefully composed space produced with Albertian principles in mind. By 1472-73, Piero della Francesca had left the Urbino court and was replaced by Netherlandish painters, among them Giusto di Gand, but the former's influence certainly must have remained in situ. Another startling departure that we find in Joos van Wassenhove's Adoration concerns the background exterior view. Early Netherlandish depictions of this theme invariably show landscapes or cityscapes that are generically Flemish and locally recognizable, such as in Bouts's Pearl of Brabant. In Joos's painting, through the open columned window, there is a courtyard, and to the left of this, near the head of the Black King, there appears to be a multi-level palace set into a rocky hillside. Again to the left is a prominent circular crenellated tower with windows, and at the far left, another building with a classical style pediment. Between these two buildings, one can make out the blue sea that meets the sky at the horizon. There is, to my knowledge, nothing else like this in early Netherlandish painting at this time, presumably in the early to mid-1470s. This suggests that the background of the Met's Adoration of the Magi is a specific response to the local environment that Joos van Wassenhove experienced in Urbino. The ducal palace at Urbino was begun by Duke Federico da Montefeltro in the mid-15th century, added on to earlier buildings by the Florentine Maso di Bartolomeo. Its solid rock hillside setting was well protected from siege, but very challenging for constructing a palace. Giovanni Santi, a theatrical designer, painter, portraitist, and poet who worked at the Urbino court from 1474, remarked upon the architecture of the palace which grew into a formidable construction on the rocky overhang. He noted that Federico spared no expense and hired the greatest known architects of the day, in particular Luciano Lorana, the most highly ranked of them all. Federico especially admired Lorana because, like himself, he embraced Alberti's ideas as expressed in De Pictura and De Re Edificatura. Among the tenets of these treatises are that the painter should have a good knowledge of geometry and the architect should be well-versed in painting and mathematics. The Met's adoration of the Magi incorporates within its symbolic details that reference the incarnation and passion of Christ. It specifically signals Christ's sacrifice for redemption of humankind through its crucifixion on the cross. As such, it would have been an appropriate altarpiece or antependium at an altar where the celebration of the Eucharist would take place. Efforts to locate a specific site for this painting so far have not been successful. But I had a very interesting discussion with Matt Teld at breakfast this morning, which gives me, remains hopeful. She will speak next. Given the details of its specific motifs, hyper-Netherlandish in their inclusion here, joined with an unusual and striking geometric construction, as well as background details that suggest Urbino rather than Ghent, the proposal that Joos van Wassenhove painted the Adoration of the Magi for Federico da Montefeltro during his time in Urbino now appears to be more likely than previous theories. Christine Zeidel's recent research into the provenance of the painting does not support Louis Demont's assertion that the Tuschlein came from the chapel of the Dukes of Frias at Medina de Palmar near Burgos. There is no corroborating evidence that either Juan Fernandez de Velasco gave it to the monastery in Medina de Palmar in the early 17th century, or that it entered the convent in the late 15th or early 16th centuries. More likely, it seems, is that the Adoration of the Magi was among those paintings made for Federico in around 1475. However, before leaving this topic, and in conversations with Tom Kren, we would like to raise for further consideration the possible relationship between the three paintings under discussion at this conference. There appear to be elements of the compositions and of the working methods that suggest possibly a common artist or artist's workshop. The three paintings incorporate compositional strategies with tipped up ground, accented by columns and featured elements such as a table, column base, basin, and ewer in the foreground. Already noted is the similarity of the featured old man in the Calvary triptych and the communion of the apostles. But it's not only this type, but also the emphasis on gesturing hands throughout the compositions that help to carry the meaning of the paintings. Here from the Calvary triptych and the communion of the apostles are other comparisons that show the link between comparable figure types, the poses of their heads and facial expressions, and the reliance on hand gestures to punctuate the composition with emphasis. Even in the underdrawing stage, we can find parallels in the specific drawing of the hands, the varied studied poses from life, the strongly outlined and particular articulation of the fingers into their separate parts, the parallel hatching across the inside palm of the hand. There is a comparison of one of the Marys from the Calvary triptych with an angel from the communion. The facial types are extremely similar, and an exaggerated emotional response is expressed through nearly identical hand gestures, the pinky finger in each hand pulled apart from the rest. Such parallel studied hand gestures can be found throughout the two paintings, with the similarities found not just on the surface paint, but also in the underdrawing. If we look elsewhere in the underdrawing of the figures, we can find analogous conventions in brush, depending upon emphatic hooked fold lines augmented by very fine parallel and cross-hatching to indicate the modeling of forms. These underdrawing conventions in the Calvary triptych and the Communion of the Apostles are also evident in the overdrawing on the paint layers in the Adoration of the Magi, here compared with the underdrawing for one of the Apostles visible through the paint layers over time. And in fact, Gianluca Poldi at one of our sessions noted that this type of surface overdrawing begins to occur in Italian paintings after Giusto di Gando's sojourn in Urbino. We would like, therefore, to bring the following questions to the table for discussion. Is it possible that the crucifixion triptych, Adoration of the Magi, the Communion, were all conceived and painted by the same artist and his workshop assistants? Could the differences apparent between the Communion and the other two paintings be due to the poor condition and overpainting of the Communion, or indeed the participation of several hands? Could other differences, such as the treatment of the heads of the apostles, be due to an adaptation necessary to accommodate Italian stylistic conventions? That is to say, could these three works all be by Joos van Wassenhove, Giusto di Gand, who started out dependent upon Boutian influence, the crucifixion triptych, began to adjust to Italian style in the Adoration, Italian architectural motifs and pronounced geometric construction, and more fully embraced Italianate style for the Communion? We offer these questions for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marian Ainsworth and Sophie Scully. Our next and final speaker for this session is Machteld Bruggen-Israels. And Dr. Israels teaches at the University of Amsterdam, and she's also a research curator of Italian painting at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. And in addition to the notes in your program booklet, there's also a new book coming on the Palazzo Ducale, which will be most appropriate for this meeting. But the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hans Pronk, and thank you from the heart, Francesca Bottacin and Bart Fransen, for inviting me. I'm a bit of an Italianist among specialists of Netherlandish art, so it's with some hesitation that I offer a couple of considerations. Looking at the studiolo, to repeat, bookseller Vespasiano da Bisticci wrote how his client Federico da Montefeltro, Count and later Duke of Urbino, could not find painters to his taste capable of working in oil and panel, and searched as far as the Netherlands for the maestro solenne. For a study, the unnamed painter made images of philosophers, poets, and theologians with marvelous artifice. Patron and the studiolo, they have been identified, of course, with the wall paneling in Federico's studiolo in the Palazzo Ducale in Urbino, which was dismantled, sawn into separate portraits, and brought to Rome in 1631, when the last duke died and the fiefdom and its immobile goods devolved on the church. They are now partly reinstalled, as you have seen, and partly at the Louvre. The paintings result to be not by one solemn master, but by two, often identified for interpolated documentary, technical, and pictorial reasons as Giusto da Gand, succeeded by Pedro Berruguete. The discovery of a late 15th century palazzo inventory provides the occasion to reinvestigate the studiolo paintings in relation to the location of their room, significance of their technique, selection of their painters, and rationale of their many adaptations. Between 1464 and 1472, Federico da Montefeltro engaged architect Luciano Laurana for a complete overhaul of the Palazzo in Urbino, which Francesco di Giorgio finished mostly by 1480. Twin turrets marked Federico's summer and winter apartment superimposed, as at King Charles V's castle at Vincennes, flanking the studiolo with a loggia overlooking the land. Architecturally, they turned the wise ruler into an embodiment of the state. The winter apartment was publicly accessed from the first floor galleries and the Great Hall, starting with the salotto, where Federico not only dined but heard mass. According to the inventory, it had an altar that was adorned by a tapestry and a pandium and altarpiece. Not this one, but maybe similar to this one. Probably located under the one and only corbel with religious subject matter in the palazzo, which is the corbel with Adam and Eve in the salotto. The salotto opened onto the interconnected audience hall and bedroom, which both gave onto the studiolo, the first via vestibule, the second via the private bedchamber, connected with Federico's private staircase, circular staircase. The studiolo, therefore, had a public and a private access. That's very important. Federico's summer apartment below had the same layout, although it had a garden and no fireplaces, being a summer apartment, and a twinned study and chapel occupying the space of the single studiolo above, performing both the function of the studiolo and the function of the altar that was in the salotto in the winter apartment. The apartments are connected by the northern turret in its spiral staircase, which leads down to the bathroom and stables, and up already in Federico's time, contrary to what is commonly thought, the upper level where there were servant quarters and also the main wardrobe. A garden wall passage connected Federico's private winter bedroom with that in the dwelling prepared for his wife Battista Sforza, as indicated by the heraldry on the connecting door at her side. The decoration of the spousal apartments was therefore underway by 1472, the year Battista died. Finished by 1476, probably, as inscribed in the frieze, the studiolo was the heart of Federico's dwelling. The studiolo, as you will have noticed, has hardly any storage facilities, as Federico's precious objects were kept in the main wardrobe and his books in the library. They are instead represented in trompe-l'œil in the intarsia wainscoting as though they had just been handled. A book with fluttering pages, a candle left burning, arms and armor, recently unstrapped. Its perspective fiction of an entire space is a representation of its occupant, who is additionally present with a full-length intarsia portrait. At Urbino, the wood panels were attached to the wall with metal pins and wood battens, creating a void between the panels and the wall, that provided resonant acoustics for concerts with soft instruments, including lutes and this wonderful organ with paper pipes that Federico possessed. The coffered ceiling with Federico's devices contributes to the effect. Vitruvius, whose treatise was present in the library, recommended cornices for delaying sound and hollow spaces for resonance, while Alberti praised the acoustic advantages of coffered ceilings. The wainscoting, as in earlier monk cells here in Camaldoli and in the documented studioli of the d'Este at Ferrara and the Medici in Florence, also kept the sedentary scholar comfortable. So several rooms at Urbino had wall painting, as you will have seen, but only the studioli, winter and summer, had panel painting and intarsia, likely dictated by comfort and music alike. Through song and reading, Federico's winter studiolo was meant for communion with authors of the past. In the life of solitude, present in the library, of course, Petrarch wrote on the happiness of the solitary scholar, who has the privilege to travel back in memory and to range in imagination through all ages and all lands, to move about at will and converse with all the glorious men of the past. In the studiolo paintings, illustrious literary men in superimposed double loggias are engaged in conversation among each other and with the room's occupant. As Giovanni Russo discovered, without the modern cornice of the intarsia, they were originally lower and more accessible. Between their tiers, inscriptions lost during disassembly, but recorded in 1592, spelled out Federico's personal invocations of the illustrious authors. The decoration of the studiolo therefore conveyed the mind and voice of the Lord of Urbino in conversation with the man in his pictures. The court's sovereign painter had been Piero della Francesca. His are the portraits of Federico and Battista of 1472 and the altarpiece of 1469-71 for Federico's planned mausoleum church of San Bernardino, executed with full mastery of the oil technique. Piero used walnut oil, rendering the translucency of rock crystal, the reflections in plate armor, and the softness of skin, while rendering space on a scientific basis. The Senigallia Madonna, probably meant for the marriage of Federico's daughter Giovanna, might therefore date around 1474. But by then, Piero was in his 60s and dedicated most of his time to treatises on perspective and geometry. Federico needed a new painter capable of working in oil, which he sought in the Netherlands. This master, Giusto di Gand, perhaps Joos van Wassenhove, who according to 1475 Gand document had left for Rome, would certainly have been first engaged by the Count on the studiolo paintings, but was also loaned to the confraternity of Corpus Domini to do the communion of the Apostles. Ever since 1465, and all of this we know, of course, thanks to Francesca Bottacci, meant to be a tavola olei, which Piero della Francesca declined to paint in 1469, Giusto's work, documented as of the 12th of February 1473, came to stand over Uccello's earlier predella of a miracle of the Eucharist, foregrounding Jews faced with Christianity. Giusto painted Christ giving the Eucharist to the apostles gathered in a church around a table. Laid at the dexter side was the wine and unrisen wafers of the Christian rite, and at the sinister side was the risen bread, salt and water of the food offering of the Jewish temple. At the right, in dialectic conversation with Federico and his family, stands, as Dana Katz has suggested, one of many options, Melchizedek, the king and priest of Salem, who, according to Genesis, brought out bread and wine, and who, according to Thomas Aquinas' office for Corpus Domini, prefigured Christ, just as Paul, in his letter to the Hebrews, stresses the superiority of Christian priesthood. The gesticulating Montefeltro family joins these illustrious authors in asserting Christian faith. The Eucharistic body of Christ is the crucial tenet in their patronage, also in the now lost Chapel of the Sacrament in Urbino Cathedral, flagellation by Piero della Francesca, lamentation by Francesco di Giorgio for the oratory of Santa Croce. For Melchizedek, Giusto used the stock figure of the official in the martyrdom of Saint Erasmus by Dirk Bouts, whereas in this figure, whereas he and all other biblical figures have underdrawing with vigorous hatching, as we've seen many times, the Montefeltro portraits have simple underdrawn contours. In Federico's case, based on the official portrayal by Piero della Francesca. On the 25th of October 1474, the confraternity records full payment to Giusto. The phrase preceding it, and this is, I want to try on you all, non fece al dovere, I think does not refer to the painter, but to the sponsoring merchant Zaccagna, who had misbehaved by keeping the scripta. The scripta is an iconographic program in Italian language. So basically what you read here is that he is being paid because there was a quittance by a notary, and then it is said that he was also paid according to the pact that was recorded in the scripta and that had remained in the hands of the merchant, whereas it should have been with the confraternity, and then they continue and say, we pay giusto in full. This would be important because it means there is no disappreciation for giusto. Doubtlessly content, Federico in fact contributed 15 gold florins to the total cost of 250, obtaining the inclusion of portraits by his appreciated new painter in this public context of a confraternity church, while also continuing to engage him in the palazzo on a more private intellectual representation. Similarity of the hatched underdrawing with its distinctive hooked loops and the hatching with the Communion has substantiated the attribution of the project of the illustrious man to Giusto, even though technical and stylistic analysis indicate that he did not fully paint them all. Giusto is last documented in Urbino, late 1475. Another painter working in oil in the Netherlandish tradition probably completed and certainly partially altered the cycle. For pictorial reasons, he has been identified with Pedro Berruguete, with his distinctive greasy handling of the flesh parts. I think this is a telling comparison. He is probably the master Perus Spagnolus Pictor Habitator Urbini, mentioned in an act drawn up in 1477 on the top level of the palazzo, or supra eus aulam. Aulam is the reference in the documents to the entire palazzo, in the east wing that flanked the street. At that time, in that wing, at the top floor, offices and servant quarters were located, but no artists' rooms. So he did not live there, but it was a place where the act was drawn up. In the illustrious man, Pedro added the many honors bestowed upon Federico in 1474, including the Order of the Garter, while turning Giusto's Gothic capitals into the Renaissance ones of the Palazzo, the courtyard having been finished by 1472. The identity of two figures, and this is intriguing, was also changed. The program consists of 28 illustrious men holding books, originally painted on 7 wood panels in 2 superimposed pairs of religious thinkers under those of antiquity and humanism. Pasquale Rotondi's 1973 reconstruction of the original disposition has been confirmed by technical evidence. In each pair, the figure at the left precedes its companion in either chronology or status. So Homer and Virgil, Thomas Aquinas, and Duns Scotus are compared. Facing the public entrance, so coming from the audience hall, the north wall features authors that opened also the Christian and lay sections of Federico's library, the Western Church Fathers and the philosophers Aristotle and Plato, with geographer Ptolemy and his translator Boetius. The east wall features at the left authors of the library's Hebrew section, the Jewish leaders Moses and Solomon, below the philosopher-statesmen of antiquity, so Cicero and Seneca, and at the right Thomas Aquinas, who viewed theology as a science, with Duns Scotus, mendicant thinkers whom, according to Vespasiano da Bisticcio, Federico used to compare, preferring the former, below the epic poets Homer and Virgil. The intarsia on this wall symbolizes Federico in a tripartite way, as the state, by means of an ideal perspective at center, between at the left, the active condottiere, symbolized by his armature, and at the right, the contemplative scholar, signified by a view of a studiolo. The triple identity is present also in the intarsia score of Bella Gerit, in which a homophonous Federicus at center appears between the notes of L'Homme, so Burgundian theme, at the left, and a court dance at the right. Likewise, the illustrious men of this wall render Federico at the left as statesman and at the right as a literary philosopher. The west wall has the Christian poets Dante and Petrarch below two physicians, classical Hippocrates and early Renaissance Pietro d'Abano, reinforcing the paired concept of the program. The south wall, the privileged view of those entering from the inner bedroom, so for Federico, is the only one to include illustrious man of Federico's lifetime. At the bottom, Pius II, whom Federico served, paired with Cardinal Bessarion, who baptized Battista and christened Guidobaldo. Above them are the Greek geometrician Euclid, alongside Vittorino da Feltre, Federico's humanist schoolmaster, and this significantly is a pair without a stringent link. The final quartet on the south wall has jurists at the top, ancient Greek Solon and 14th century Bartolo da Sassoferrato. They are placed over 13th century Dominican Albertus Magnus, who glossed Augustine and Aristotle, and Sixtus IV, who in 1474 conferred the title of Duke on Federico, another pair without a stringent correlation. Now, in the unrelated couples, Vittorino and Sixtus are the second painters, Berruguete's, replacements for figures who had a different identity in Giusto's program. The Pope displaced a friar with a blue doctor's beret, described by Ravon and Ressort as a Franciscan and by Michel Menu and his team as Dominican, so maybe either Bonaventura or Antonino, whose works were also present in the library. Initially, they would certainly have formed a more compelling pair with Dominican Albertus than Sixtus now does. Vittorino, so the other overpainted portrait in which the identity was changed, is based on the likeness in Pisanello's medal and is dressed in black, as also worn by the teacher in Berruguete's discourse for Federico. X-radiography and microscopy have shown that initially the figure donned red, had a straight red captain's hat, and its shadow has remained unaltered, so not the hat you now see, but really a straight one. Placed on black half-long hair protruding under the cap at the back, and a nose damaged at the bridge. I hope you can see it. The loop is right there in the X-radiography, but you can see it's a hooked nose that is damaged at the bridge of the nose. Nicole Renaud and Claudie Ressort remarked in a footnote that he resembled Federico, but it actually is him, as in Piero della Francesca's portrait. As military strategist, or it was him before overpainting, as military strategist, Federico relied on geometry in calculations and fortifications, and when appointing the engineer Laurana as his main architect in 1468, he emphasized how architecture was founded in arithmetic and geometry, the most reliable of the liberal arts. Those are Federico's words. It is why Giusto initially paired Euclid with Federico. The insertion of Sixtus IV, who on the 21st of August 1474 created Federico Duke, gives a postquem for the identity changes. The much craved for inheritable title necessitated a ducal portrait that transcended the possibilities of the series. Within the room, Federico's painted portrait was overpainted and became his master, Vittorino, just as in the later decoration of his studiolo in the Gubbio Palazzo, he was placing the accent rather than on representatio, as in the Urbino studiolo, on aedificatio, including himself and members of his court in the discourse of an orator. At Urbino, he then had Pedro make an overdoor for the studiolo, the double portrait with Guidobaldo, which, contrary to the illustrious man, does not have Giusto's underdrawing, indicating it was an afterthought to the studiolo program. A perfect fit to the size, illumination, and the sotto in su of the stone frame over the door, It shows Federico reading from his library's copy of the Moralia in Job by Gregory, whose portrait greets the visitor's eye upon entering the studiolo. Federico is presented as Duke, with his air and distinctions, as bibliophile and army general, preluding that duality in the studiolo. It is the external portrait of his physique, preceding that of his intellectual identity inside the studiolo, much as Piero della Francesca renders his facial and allegorical portrait on two sides of a single picture. The overall shows Federico in possession of a painter who commanded verisimilitude, rendering the helmet, as Piero della Francesca had done, the Duke gouty in contrast to his elf-like son. The overdoor's addition was necessitated by Federico's new honors, but also by the ongoing artistic pursuit of realism, Pedro following in Giusto's steps. Federico had also asked Pedro to redo the hands of his donor image in Piero della Francesca's Montefeltro altarpiece. Piero, as is clear from the reflectography, had fully painted the slender hands, which, contrary to the puffy, warty face of the Duke, were not true to the gouty physique. So that's why they had to be overpainted. I'm nearly there. In the studiolo, visits and conversations left a lifelike mark, implying their return. The music once played lingered in the notes, with the promise of a new performance. Painted conversations waited to be resumed. Also, the decoration was malleable, reperformable, while distinctions were added and updates made for greater verisimilitude. Federico was presented at the heart of his Urbino winter apartment through his devices, belongings, portraits, and intellectual alliances, in resonant conversation with the learned from the past. Just as in the communion, he was in conversation with Jewish and Christian priests. It echoed his intimated presences and absences, temporal and eternal. At Urbino, in the footsteps of Piero della Francesca, Giusto and Pedro were the solemn masters capable to render such verisimilitude and lift the limits of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that valuable talk. Can I invite all the speakers to come to the table? Machtel, please come back. Can I invite all the speakers to come to the table? And we are running a little bit behind schedule, but I do think we should have at least 7 minutes for talks. We don't want to take away too much from your coffee breaks, of course. Are there any questions from the audience? Who can I give the microphone? Max.
Question for colleague Baratin. I missed with what equipment your 3D images were captured. What equipment you used to make the meshes?
In the survey of Communion of St. Peter is the laser scan Faro. It's not really specialized for the art of works, but it's better the other scanner. But the results is good because you used a short distance about the art of work.
Are there other questions? If not, I have a question for Marian and Sophie. In your comparison with the underdrawings, with the triptych, Yesterday we heard, of course, that there were two different hands identified there. How does that affect your comparison?
Thank you. Can you hear? Yes. Yes, it is complicated, of course. And we really appreciated your wonderful talk yesterday, where you outlined the underdrawing in the Calvary triptych, and it does seem like we showed comparisons that were from all over, honestly, because it varies. How to put it? It seems like, yes, there are two hands, but as Francoise and Livia said, one general conception, right? So, I mean, it's kind of up to all of you to make up your own minds too, but we do see, you know, strong comparisons between the Calvary.
Yeah, I think it's worth going back and looking again. You know, I very much follow the idea of the two hands. I myself would like to now review that whole question and see if I really see it as so much perfectly divided down the middle as has been proposed, and how what we've been talking about relates to that. So I think there still is, you know, as we step back, we go in close and take a close look, and then step back and look at broader. And now with this conference, I think we have a very good, well, an encouragement to review that and see how that works out. Yeah.
Sorry, just add one more thing. Sorry, I just to further with the comparisons. One thing that we did see when we were making the comparisons with the painting, that it did more align with the left side, if I'm correct. The comparisons that we made between the Adoration and the Calvary triptych were with the left side. So even though the underdrawings we are drawing them from across, the painting did seem more to our eyes in line with the left hand and the left side of the central of the Calvary triptych. But very curious what everyone else. Thanks.
Thank you. Personally, I would like to add that for me, the differences between the left and the right side were quite a bit clearer in the paint surface than in the underdrawings. Stefan, was your question linked to this? No?
Okay, this is rather a statement than a question in a way, and it's of course concerning Marion's talk. Well, I mean, in a way, if I may say so, you did not leave much room for discussion. There was always the name of an artist, Joos van Wassenhove, and this precise date for these works, the triptych in Ghent and the other works. However, I must say, we have discussed this before, and the other day Bart gave some arguments which I do not find so completely nonsensical for a later date of the triptych in St. Bavo, and my statement simply is, after seeing the communion of the apostles here for the first time in the flesh, and a couple of weeks ago I've seen the triptych in Ghent, I still must say I do not see that this is the same person. I must simply say.
I think this is an evolving argument and discussion, and I know just at the conference, Francoise Rosier also has come up with some new and very interesting comparisons between the crucifixion triptych and the communion. So I think, let me just say there's more to come on this, and I think the discussion continues. I'm not sure that we're absolutely ready to make a final statement here, but I'm very much encouraged by also the new information that Francoise has brought to the table.
It's kind of ironic to talk about meeting the communion in the flesh, because that's at least what's gone, right?
I would like to underline the correctness of your interpretation of locating of the decline in Rome instead of Spain. Because as an architectural historian, and I'm half and half, I can identify in the round tower that should be the Cecilia Metellum tomb. There are some niches that resemble the niches at the Pantheon. And there are, as a full architrave that is only a trouble. It is possible only to found it in the ancient Romans ruins. So I think it's very clearly someone who has been in Rome or during his stay in Rome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I understand François Rogier wanted to say something, or Dominique Denef. No? Okay.
Just to say that, of course, there are two hands. That's what, as Françoise had demonstrated. That's true. There are two hands in it. But we have the problem of the date for the Gand Calvary triptych. I know the link with archival documents. That's one thing. But the thing that is important to me is, in fact, the drawing that we saw of the man in the right, which I tried to identify with Maximilian. There is more a painter there who painted more individuals, and for that, I think the link with Maximilian is very important, and an element of dating the Calvary. You see him there. It was not seen before as a dignitary with a staff and with the plume on his head, and I think it can be a clue for dating that later. So the Calvary, to date it later. Two painters, that's what Françoise had demonstrated. I agree with that, but the date of the Calvary, put it later because of this. Yeah.
Francesca?
Is it working? Okay. One question is really, it was for Marian, but she has already answered because it was similar to one of Stefan. But as you know, I think there are two different painters. I think I found very similar as your comparison, both the triptych, the Calvary triptych, and your Töcklein. But I find it very huge differences with Urbino painting, and we will work on it, yes. Of course. And but what I found really difficult to understand is the comparison with Piero della Francesca. I mean, I can't. I'm as passionate Flemish lovers, and I can't be accused to be partisan. But I think that the perspective of Piero della Francesca could not be really compared to the adoration of the Magi. I mean, how could you explain the small table or many, many things in the perspective of the adoration? I mean, it's, I don't know, for me it's a huge difference between Piero space and conception of space and whatever is the author, whoever is the author of the adoration.
Yeah, I don't mean to have you take that too literally. The thing is, you know, certainly in the north already, there's the example of Dirk Bouts, you know, who is very interested in perspective. So this artist already had a leaning towards that and an influence towards that. What I'm really trying to say, and perhaps it's my fault if I overstated that or if you felt I overstated that, is that I see a natural progression in coming here and, you know, and the artist already being predisposed towards an interest in this kind of organization of space. Certainly the adoration has no one-point perspective. No, I don't mean to point that out at all, but I can imagine that Federico, or those who were interested in, of course, Piero's example here, would be looking at an artist to try and do the same thing. How advanced he came, or how far he came in being able to do that is another question. Clearly, it's not the same. Okay. Yeah. It's the interest in it, and I'm fascinated always by artists, Netherlandish artists who came to the south, to Italy or to Spain. Juan de Flandes is another one, who accommodated their patrons, their new patrons in the south, by trying to have a conflation of north and south, in effect, and bring these things together. Some were more successful at it than others were. But what I see here is an attempt to try to pull these things together, and this is one of those. Okay.
Okay, we are about 10 minutes after our schedule, behind schedule. So I suggest that we will see if the coffee is ready and have a break. And please, everybody be back. The next session will start 4:10. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for takeoff for the last session? It's amazing. I've been looking forward to this symposium since so many times, and now we are already there, the third day and the last session. It's my pleasure to introduce you to my friend, José Juan Pérez Preciado. We've been working together at the Prado Museum, and he is there now responsible for the collection of 15th century Flemish painting. He did his PhD on collecting and also on the reception of Netherlandish painting in Spain, both 15th, 16th and also 17th century. He has done exhibitions on Van Dyck, on Rogier van der Weyden and also on Jan van Eyck. And today he's going to bring us a talk about the Calvary with donors by a Ghent painter around 1475 in the Prado Museum. More than just a painting between Justus and Hugo. Please, José Juan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Bart. I appreciate really much for the presentation, and I have to say how happy I am to be here, and I would like to congratulate both Bart and Francesca for gathering all of us together here to discuss these kind of questions. And I also appreciate the opportunity to speak at these conferences on Justus of Gand, changing more or less the subject of what we have been discussing until now, because I would like to talk about this painting that was in the past attributed to Justus, at least for a while, many years ago, although very recently it has been more convincingly connected to Van der Goes. Anyway, we are talking about painters around Gand. The painting is well known for many of you, so today I will provide, this is the painting by the way, I will provide a summary of the facts and some conclusions we have reached after studying the painting at Prado Museum following the acquisition in 2021, which a conclusion that will be more extended, presented in the forthcoming catalogue of the early Netherlandish painting from the 15th century we have prepared in Prado. In this regard, I would like to thank my colleagues from the technical study department at Museo del Prado, Maite Jover, Lola Gallo, and Laura Alba, for their invaluable assistance in studying the painting, of course. And I would also like to thank Lauren Campbell for his excellent advice on how to focus the study of this painting and for the many tips he gave me around it. The painting depicted a Calvary scene with Christ in the cross, Mary and St. John, settled in a landscape, as you can see, accompanied by two male saints on the left, Jerome and James the Reed, and two female saints on the right, Mary Magdalene and Catherine, all of the saints standing. In the foreground is this family of kneeling donors, separated in the same way. On the left, the four males, one of them, presumably the elder son, in a Dominican habit. And on the right, the women of the family, the mother holding a book of hours and one of the daughters holding a prayer roll. We'll come back to this later. The landscape in the background is framed by two trees. On the left, a palm tree with what appears to be fruit hanging from it, and on the right, a white tree. Behind them, on the left, there are some evocative rocks and the lion accompanying Saint Jerome, of course, and on the right, a row of green hills and wild animals, what seems to be deers, although this part is quite retouched, so it's difficult to say. Anyway, very visible in the center of the composition is a valley city beside a river with a harbor where people fishing can be noticed. And I showed you these details to confirm the soft maniera the tiny figures are depicted in the background in this city. The river flows towards the background at the end of the painting, amid very craggy mountains are depicted also, where nevertheless there are a few figures and houses in the typical Flemish style. The identity of the donors is not known, although it is reasonable to assume that the first names could be Jerome and Catherine due to the presence of their patronymic saints. And it could be assumed that maybe have had a connection with Spain, this family, owing to the presence of St. James, though this is, of course, merely conjecture. And a very interesting feature, in my opinion, is this uncommon, because it is quite uncommon, I mean, is the prior role held by one of the daughters, as you can see here, which is comparable to a few surviving pieces such as that houses, for instance, in the John Rylands Library in Manchester, you have here in this image, or this one conserved at the British Library in London. The young woman appears to have reached the end of the role, revealing an image similar to a playing card of the 5 Bounds of Christ, a very popular devotion in Northern Europe. The image recalls other similar devotional pictures as the one that can be found on this seat in the Bodleian Library, which might have been part of a prior role, although it appears to have been trimmed, and we have only the image at the end of the prior role. Anyway, neither the young lady nor her mother, engrossed in reading, are gazing at the crucified Christ. Instead of contemplating Christ's body, as the rest of the girls do, the girl expresses her piety by meditating on his bounds, on Christ's bounds, and the mother presumably reading about the Passion. This might be connected with that introspective habit encouraged by the widespread movement known as Devotio Moderna. Unfortunately, as you can see here, the book the mother is holding is not painted so accurately as to make it legible, but we can assume he's reading about the Passion of Christ, of course. Nevertheless, given the strong devotional expressiveness of the figures and the references to specific devotions, as we have seen, it is worth asking whether the white red tree in the background could be a new iconographic allusion, in this case to the Brotherhood of Our Lady of the Dry Tree. There are indications that make this possibility intriguing. Together with the palm tree, which is often associated with paradise, of course, both trees prominently frame the scene. Additionally, the palm tree, Christ on the cross, and the dry tree are the 3 vertical elements that stand out in the landscape above the figures. That could not be accidental. The redemption of the original sin that occurred in paradise was achieved through the death of Christ on the cross, but also through the Immaculate Conception of Mary. And the Brotherhood of Our Lady of the Dry Tree celebrate this later, the Immaculate Conception of Mary. On the other hand, this confraternity was an institution that houses members of great social relevance within the court, as it also includes several Italian merchants, such as the Portinari, for instance, as well as other Spaniards. This statement is quite relevant, in my opinion, because as I previously mentioned, and it is also supported by the possible provenance of the work in Spain since very early, the donors may have been Spaniards. In any case, as assume the possibility of this provenance of the donors as the possibility of this tree to be an allusion of the Brotherhood, quite speculating, but it deserves what is worth mentioning here. Regarding the critical fortune of the Calvary, once it appears when it was presented to the art historian community in the middle of the 50s, I have no time now to detail all the different authorships given to the painting that have fluctuated from Justus of Gand first to Hugo van der Goes later, and in the last times to a follower of Hugo. In the paper, I will detail it I will explain that in detail. But in any case, the stylistic analysis seems to evidence how the work displays similarities with the output of artists of Bruges and, above all, Gand, and as includes references that point to this geographical area. The palm and the white red tree, for example, can be traced back in works such as the altarpiece of the Mystic Lamb by the Van Eyck brothers in the Gand Cathedral, and the white red tree also appears to be some kind of white red trees appears in the Portinari triptych. Actually, when the work appeared in the mid-20th century, it was also compared, at that very moment, it was compared with the Trittico of the Crucifixion in the Gand Cathedral we have been discussing these days. The style of the landscape is similar, but so as the other day with a very interesting slide. As it is also similar, the range of pure colors, the use of a limited palette, and the avoidance of blacks to mark the deep shadows. There is even a clear resemblance between the series, which are overlooked by similar towers. But this means not very much, because, however, the differences between the paintings are also notable, not only because the composition of the triptych is more complex with subsidiary scenes and the figures on different planes, compared to the symmetrical, almost frieze-like arrangement found in the Prado painting, but also because of the very different facial types. No? Just compare the face of the young woman in the Gand painting with that of the Magdalene or St. Catherine in the Crucifixion. In addition, the Gand painting, where the figures' robes display sweeping folds and lack shoulder padding, will appear today from the 80s, but that means later than Prado panel. Compare the fashion depicted in the painting of Gand with, for example, with certain figures in Hans Memling's Seven Joys of Mary, dating around 4080, and certain miniatures of the attributed to the so-called Bruce Master of 1482. While Prado's crucifixion must be dated on the 70s, as suggested above all by the donor's robes. The men were clothing with padded shoulders here, in accordance with a fashion worn by figures in the panels of Dirk Bout's Justice of Otto in Brussels, executed that decade, of course. The sons, here in detail, the sons' haircuts are similar to that of Hippolyte Berthoud in his portrait of the left wing of the Trittico of St. Hippolytus in the Cathedral of St. Salvator in Bruges, finished by Van der Goes after the death of Bout. The daughters, for their part, were hairdressers also comparable to Berthoud's wife, as we can see here, and also the same style worn by the female donor in the Jan de Witte's triptych in Brussels, after whose date of execution, 1473, the author is named. Additionally, the clothing and hairstyle of the male donor of this triptych is quite close to those of the male figures in the Prado's work. In conclusion, the date of Prado crucifixion seems necessarily to be in the 70s, and therefore not so close to that of the Gand crucifixion triptych, with which it certainly does not seem to have much in common. Thus, not being so clear the relationship with Justus, or at least with the painting traditionally attributed to Justus, I don't want to enter in that discussion right now, but it is worth analyzing the connections with Hugo van der Goes, of course, to whom paintings some figures are taken, as had been already noticed. For instance, St. James' face really resembles that of the second Magus, who is standing in the so-called Monforte altarpiece, now in Berlin. And the face of the main donor in the Prado painting is similar to that of the first Magus in the Berlin altarpiece. The figure of Christ, of Jesus, the cross, resembles that of the crucified Christ in a drawing attributed to a follower of Van der Goes in the English Royal Collection. And in addition, the faces of Mary Magdalene and St. Catherine are also really reminiscent of Hugo's circle. Take, for example, that of the Magdalene in the Portinari triptych, which has the same profile and modeling, and this drawing attributed to the workshop of Hugo in London's Courtauld Institute. This is clear, and this has been presented many time ago. However, despite these common models, the stylistic differences between Hugo and the artist responsible for the crucifixion at Prado are evident. For example, St. Catherine's face is more loosely executed with fewer nuances than on the Portinari Magdalene, and these differences in quality are equally noticeable if the brocades she wears are compared to any of those sported by the figures in the Florentine triptych, which are clearly different. Thus, the painter of the crucifixion must be an unknown artist, presumably from Gand, who was a follower of Hugo van der Goes, more than being connected to Hugo, of course. In this sense, it has been discussed if he is the same follower who executed or helped Hugo to execute the so-called Middendorf altarpiece, a depiction of Mary and child on a throne surrounded by St. Thomas, John the Baptist, Jerome, and Louis, where the Virgin and St. John the Baptist are unfinished. A painting now in Antwerp in the Febus Foundation, which is very well known. Both works, of course, displays the same frieze-like arrangement with barely any overlapping. The face of Saint Jerome is more or less the same in both pictures, albeit in reverse, though they differ in the shade of red used, clearly, and the lions bear a certain resemblance. The handling of the brocades now is also similar, as evidenced by this comparison between the clothing of St. Catherine and St. Louis. I'm very sorry for not having better details, but they seem quite close. This is clear. However, the artists of Prado painting certainly had evident problems with the scale of the figures. For instance, the Christ is somewhat smaller than the saints, and also the hands are not always appropriately sized. So it's not exactly the same, at least, as we can see in the final phase of in the final part of the painting. We will back to the Middendorf altarpiece in a moment. But beginning with the technical study, we submitted to the painting at Prado in order to provide more evidences for better conclusions about it. We deduced how the support consists on 7 Baltic oak boards assembled vertically with butt joints. The boards are about 8 millimeters thick and their widths are around 60 to 25 centimeters. As I said, this one in the middle of 9.6 centimeters, which includes the body of Christ without coinciding with any of the joints. This is something that Clears made show us that it was a very meditated support construction. All 4 edges displayed an unpainted margin, approximately 1 centimeter wide, and no beveling is visible on the verso. The study of the age of the wood dated the most recent growth ring to 1450, establishing 1458 as the earliest possible year it could have been used, which means not very much, actually. The study of the materials identified the usual chalk ground over which the artist applied a fine light green imprimatura layer, approximately 10 microns thick, composed of lead white, chalk, a very grains of black pigment, and a small quantity of lead tint yellow. I was said this is a pigment not commonly found in this period for the imprimatura, but yesterday we saw that it was present in the imprimatura of the, precisely of the Gand painting. So this is something to have into account. But I don't know what to do to conclude about that. Anyway, the rest of the pigments, for color layers are those commonly used in the 15th century Netherlands painting: albayalde, lead tint yellow, vermilion, azurite, ultramaligno, etc. Only the presence of barite as an impurity of the pigment azurite was also detected as a tiny and common question that deserves also to mention. The X-ray was not very useful due to the upward stretcher the painting shows of having in the back. However, it did reveal that there were no major changes or hesitation during the painting stage. And of course, here we can see the rows of pins that are around 14 centimeters long of none of one survives as original. Yeah. No. Much more useful was the infrared reflectography, where we could notice abundant strokes of the underdrawing. This is an image of the general infrared reflectography, which was, as I said, much more useful. The drawing was executed in a fluid medium with a brush and was extensively used to define the contours of the figures and the folds of the rows by means of long, very confident lines. Rarely are strokes repeated or gone over, set in the contours of Christ's body and arms, as you might see here, and other shorter and equally confident strokes define the facial features of the subject, especially their eyes, nose, eye socket, and mouth. I choose this image, or it is repeated in all faces. Most of the details of the iconographical elements of the figures were designated at this stage, such as the book held by St. James, whose open page was also drawn, as you can see here, which is a very interesting detail. Or the way St. Catherine is holding her beautiful book of hours protected by a piece of cloth, which was also depicted from the very beginning. Drawing from the very beginning, sorry. From the very beginning, I mean. Numerous hatches, strokes defining the areas of shadow can also be seen, especially in the folds where is greater cross-hatching, as in St. John's cloak, you can see here. And hatching is also used to model the light of the faces, such as that of the donor dressed in ecclesiastical vestment in this image, or to mark out the shadow cast on the ground, notably that of the main donor here, you can see, or maybe here. The landscape features are also extensively drawn. The buildings, the wall with its towers, the boats, and the harbor are clearly drawn, albeit with quicker and more spontaneous strokes, especially in the rocks. You can see here very defining, a very clear, very singular drawing for the rocks. The forest areas were designed using brief, rapid circular lines that generically indicates the place reserved for the wood, for the trees, you can see here, while wavy strokes were used to designate the areas of the shrubs, for example, behind St. Catherine here. Both the coconut palm and the withered tree that frame the scenes were planned from the outset, which is quite interesting. And in general, the initial design as drawn was painted with barely any modification or changes. Only slight variations can be seen in the donor's headdresses, the position of the cartouche bearing the letters INRI, and the size of the cross. In the harbor, some cranes and balloons were illuminated during the painting stage. You can see the painting. And in the craggy mountains, on the left, the rocks in the shadow were painted over the some drawn trees. Finally, it's worth comparing the underdrawing of the crucifixion in the Prado with that of the Middendorf altarpiece, which have been studied in detail by Marian Ainsworth, to whom I thanks, and also to Sophia, thanks for providing me this image for better comparison. The underdrawing in both works is almost identical. In both pictures, the contours of the elements are marked out, probably based on an earlier drawing that is no longer extant, in any case. The intense definition of the shadows using hatching and cross-hatching for the folds and faces of the figures are equally abundant in both. And attention is also drawn to the shadow cast by minor details, such as the lion in the Prado picture or the decorative acanthuses in the architecture of the Middendorf altarpiece. And the trees are likewise outlined, the trees are likewise outlined in the same way, in a style that differs with Van der Goes, for instance. I'm finishing. In addition to this comparison, some other works has been connected to these possible artists who could paint both who could be connected with both paintings, Prado and Middendorf painting. This is something that was very well expressed in last year catalog of the exhibition on Hugo van der Goes. I'm not insisting in all of them, but there are not a lot, but there are some pieces that could be connected with both artists, with the artists that could work in these two works. So, what therefore are the conclusions in the context of this conference of U Justus of Gand, beyond presenting the evidences surrounding this new crucifixion acquired by Prado, which was attributed to him years ago? It is evident that the crucifixion cannot be linked to Justus anymore, or at least not to the crucifixion, to the artist who made the crucifixion formally attributed to him in Gand, being more evident that it is the work of an artist who is closer to Van der Goes. An artist which seems not to be the same who painted the Middendorf altarpiece, but may be connected to the same workshop, since both paintings are quite close in the concept and in the design of the underdrawing, but not in the final stage. And of course, the same workshop that could be connected to these pieces I have just very quickly shown. All these points out that there were more relevant artists in Gand than the Justus Hugo duo that who had previously dominated the artistic activity in the city within the recent historiography, which we have been discussing also this day. There are more painters around these two artists. Having this in mind, finally, I would like to express a very risky hypothesis, which, in my opinion, is worth mentioning. Despite the lack of documentary evidence, the provenance of the crucifixion has traditionally been considered Spanish since the 15th century. At least this is the tradition that had the family who owned the painting before coming to Prado. This possibility, together with the formal similarity between the portrait of the male donor, this one, and the kneeling magus in the Monforte altar piece, also located in Spain at a very early date, supports the hypothesis of a commission linked to Spain, not only for the crucifixion, but maybe for both paintings. While there is no conclusive evidence on this, of course, further research is clearly needed. This circumstance will point to an interest in the painting developed in the city, in Gand, among Spanish amateurs, much stronger than what was previously considered. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Jose Juan, for this amazing talk about an amazing painting of which so many data nobody has ever seen before. So I can understand that you ran a bit out of time because these images nobody has ever seen before. Now it's my pleasure to announce the next paper that is written by and prepared by Nicola Christie and Lorne Campbell. And unfortunately, they could not make it physically to Rome and to Urbino, but thanks to technologies of today, they are following us on YouTube. And I say thank you to Lorne and to Nicola for accepting this invitation and for talking or preparing the talk on a very important painting that is the painting of the conference at Hampton Court of Federico da Montefeltro and others listening to a discourse. And I'm very grateful to Paula Nuttall, who will present that talk in their name. Let me briefly introduce the authors of this paper, if they still need any introduction. Nicola Christie studied at Hamilton Kerr Institute, conservation of easel paintings, and she has been head of paintings conservation at the Royal Collection Trust since 2009. And Lorne Campbell is famous for his many, many books and articles on early Netherlandish painting. He has been senior research curator at the National Gallery London, teaching at the Courtaulds, and writing many books and curating many exhibitions on art of the Low Countries. So please, Paula, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add that it's a huge pleasure and privilege for me to be presenting this paper on behalf of Nicola and Lorne, particularly given that Lorne was my teacher. I mean, I think we've been saying throughout this conference, many of us, how Lorne has shaped our careers, but I feel a huge debt of gratitude to Lorne because it was he who inspired me to start thinking about artistic relations between the Netherlands and Italy. So I am, of course, charged with speaking to you about this painting that is perhaps of all the Justice Group the least well known. And off we go. This is a very large and very heavy panel. It is on show at Hampton Court, but it is difficult to see and to photograph. It measures 130.2 by 212.4 centimetres, has been constructed from 4 trapezoid boards of poplar, vertical in grain, and is 3.35 centimetres thick. The battens on the reverse are relatively modern, but the 2 horizontal rows of 5 metal fittings are original. They were probably used to secure the painting to a backing panel that could have been hung without visible support and incorporated within the panelling of a large room. The perspective of the painting shows that it was intended to be hung high.
the left edge has been cut through an area where a metal fitting was once placed. They were inserted at regular intervals, which would suggest that at least 10 centimeters has been lost. 10 centimeters would have allowed the composition of the painting to be symmetrical around the two painted columns. It may have been slightly trimmed above and on the right. The original dimensions would therefore have been about 132 by about 225 centimeters. The metal fittings are similar, although not identical, in design and size to those on the reverse of Rhetoric in the National Gallery. The key-like parts are between 5 and 6 centimeters long. The holes at the points are perpendicular to the key shaft in the Hampton Court picture, but sideways in Rhetoric. And just in case you are struggling to work out what we're meaning here, we're talking actually about this, this section up here as opposed to this hole here, if that makes sense. I hope I've got that right. The holes were perhaps intended to lodge split pins and so secure the panels to their backing structures. They may have been made by the same blacksmith if he was evolving differing solutions to the problem of hanging panels without visible attachments. The painted surface is in poor condition. To understand the damage, it is important to follow the history of the picture and the major restoration that it underwent in 1845. Fortunately, Vitale de Tivoli, who rediscovered the painting in or shortly before 1845, published in 1876 an informative account of its history. The historian of Urbino, James Denniston, and Giovanni Battista Cavalcaselle also inspected the panel while it was being treated and provide information that complements Vitale de Tivoli's account. Vitale de Tivoli, born in Livorno in 1815, moved with his family in 1836 to Florence, had settled in England by 1852, was naturalized in 1861, and between 1861 and his death was Taylorian lecturer in Italian at Oxford. He died at Pisa in 1883. His account of the discovery is worth quoting at length. And so what I'm going to be saying to you now is, or are, the words of Vitale. As we, that is Vitale and, quote, a brother of mine, as we were going to call on some friends, we saw, on entering the gates of a large old mansion, leaning against the wall of an open vestibule, a large, very thick, and almost black panel. Suspecting that it might be, or have been, an old painting, we set to work to examine it carefully, when my brother, who under the friendly directions of Signor Cavalcaselle had acquired a keen eye for the old masters, detected some outlines that made him pronounce it at once a very valuable painting, while I could scarcely see anything in it, so thick were the layers of soot and grease covering its surface. On our inquiring of the owners about it, they told us that they had put it outside because, being a strong and well-seasoned piece of walnut wood, they had decided to have a breakfast table made out of it, and had sent for a joiner who was coming to fetch it away for that purpose. I need not say how horrified we were at the idea, and what a hard struggle we had to sustain to rescue that poor picture from its cruel doom. We at last succeeded, and paid them what would buy another breakfast table of their choice, and at once had the picture removed to my brother's studio. On trying to clean it, he discovered at once the characteristic heads of Frederick, etc., but found it necessary to suspend proceeding with the cleaning till the surface was secured from peeling off as it did. This was done by carefully pouring drops of glue under the portions that were raised, and then pressing them down with a hot iron. And by these means, the whole surface was made perfectly firm and fit to be cleaned without danger. End of quotation. The brother who was with Vitale when he discovered the portrait was probably Serafino, who became a painter and one of the macchiaioli. Vitale may well have aspired to be a dealer. Serafino studied painting with the fashionable Hungarian landscape painter Károly Marko, whose daughter Vitale was to marry in 1852. Cavalcaselle was one of the witnesses at their wedding, and there you can see his name arrowed there for you on the slide. Denniston wrote that he saw the, quote, interesting but ruined picture at Florence in 1845 in the hands of Signor di Tivoli, Master of Languages, unquote. Cavalcaselle noted that Signor Tivoli, quote, sold it to Mr. Woodburn after having it restored by Signor Cortasi, end quote. This was apparently Michele Cortazzi, who died in 1865 and who in his later years specialized in making copies of the old masters, but who, as far as is known, had no experience as a restorer. It may be that it was he was employed to retouch the painting after the brothers' attempts at cleaning. The poor condition of the painted surface is due partly to the state of extreme neglect in which the brothers de Tivoli discovered the painting, and to the fact that it was being stored outside in the open air. The brothers' treatment caused further damage. Though nothing is known about the solvents that they used to remove the soot and grease, they were not carefully tested and inevitably caused abrasion. Some of the loose paint would have been lost. The glue that was used to fix the loose paint has caused the white gesso ground to darken irreversibly. In Vitale's words, the final cleaning was performed by having it rubbed with soft breadcrumb for several days. End of quote. That process too may have inflicted further damage by abrasion. In 1953-4, the painting was cleaned and restored by John Brearley in preparation for its exhibition at Ghent in 1957. Unfortunately, Brearley did not write a report, but in 1980 he spoke about his restoration to Lorne Campbell and referred to some black and white photographs taken during and after cleaning. The painting was x-rayed at the Ghent exhibition of 1957 and again at the National Gallery, London, in 1979, when Joyce Plesters took samples. Infrared reflectograms were made in 2017. On the basis of the X-radiographs and reflectograms and careful examinations of the panel and paint surface, it is possible to comment on the poor condition of the picture and the changes made during the course of its execution. The X-radiographs reveal some lines incised into the ground which were used to construct the spatial arrangement of the setting. They are not, however, receding to vanishing points as they would in comparable Italian paintings. Scarcely any original paint is visible on the face of the orator. The head of Federico is badly damaged, but the underdrawing survives. Despite the damage, the composition has not been radically altered. The most dramatic change is in the head of the young man in profile directly behind Federico, whose head was at first seen in three-quarters view, and part of whose profile is painted over the architecture. The arrangement of the figures at different levels along receding diagonals and in receding planes, the furthest plane being beyond the open door, is not unlike that of the Communion. The best preserved of the heads, that of the man on the extreme right, looks like some of the famous men, for example, Virgil. The IRRs of the two figures seem very alike, the eyes having been underdrawn lower than and on our left of the painted eyes. The X-ray shows that the underdrawn eyes have been at least partially painted. If we assume that the final layers with the finishing detail have been removed from the Hampton Court head, and that some prettifying details like the false eyelashes have been added during restoration, I'm sorry, I can't resist going back here to just point out the false eyelashes there in the painted image of the head, because I think it's a great observation and a shame to pass that by. But moving back, if we assume that these elements, including the prettifying details like the false eyelashes, have been added during restoration, the linear highlights around the channels in the upper lips and the light outlines of the lips are remarkably similar. The Duke's head is very damaged, but there are surprisingly a number of changes. His eye is underdrawn lower and slightly to our left of the painted eye. Compare the underdrawing of another of the famous men, Federico da Montefeltro. The head of Guidobaldo, painted on a separate support of metal foil, and perhaps for that reason, is relatively well preserved. This was a technique widely used in the Low Countries, but as far as I'm aware, totally unprecedented in Italy or Spain. We would suggest that the Hampton Court picture was painted by an artist thoroughly trained in Netherlandish techniques, evidently in the Low Countries. Similarly, the rhetoric and music in the National Gallery were painted by an artist well versed in the latest Netherlandish techniques of oil painting. He used linseed oil for the green carpet in rhetoric and the opaque green of the carpet in music, but heat-bodied linseed oil for the green glaze on the same carpet and walnut oil for the white highlight on the young man's sleeve. He used powdered glass, apparently as a dryer, in the Red Lake in music. All three panels are severely damaged and heavily restored. It seems safer to rely on the established technical facts which indicate that they were the work of an artist who had been trained in the Low Countries and who had mastered all the latest technical procedures developed there, the maestro solenne whom Federico had brought from Flanders to paint the famous men and who can be identified as Justice of Ghent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorne and Nicola, from a distance following in London. And thank you very much, Paula, for this presenting their talk. I cannot imagine anyone else presenting this with more passion and enthusiasm than you. The next speaker is Til Holger Boschert. He was director of the museum in Bruges. He has curated many exhibitions. He is now director at the Giorno Museum in Aachen. And he will present a talk with the funny title, Giusto's Artistic Entourage in Ghent.
Yeah, something like that. Thank you. I think I'm running over time, so I'm talking very fast, and I need to switch glasses, otherwise I can't read what I wrote. For the longest time, the Trittico of the Calvary and the Crypt of St. Barths in Ghent didn't seem to present major problems for me when I was preparing the show Jan van Eyck, the Flemish Primitives and the Mediterranean World in Bruges in 2002. It seems impossible and frankly irresponsible to send loan requests to the church wardens, or for that matter, to the Galleria Nazionale in Urbino. Sadly, the predella remained unable to us as well as it did to others, while of course the artist himself, Joos van Wassenhove or Giusto di Gand, to whom both works were commonly attributed, occupied a key position. His works for Urbino and the implications of his travels were discussed in an essay by Mauro Lucco in the exhibition catalogue. The triptych and its authorship remained very much at the periphery at the periphery of my own research, and when I looked at it again In the context of artistic exchanges between the Low Countries and Central Europe, my interests were then primarily concerned with the traditions of the Calvary iconography and what I would call the dramaturgical or theatrical qualities of the depictions of the interior. On the central panel of the crucifixion, as well as on its wings, the painter had featured certain figures who interacted with the viewer. They turned their head and looked out of the picture, where the gesture seemed to appeal to the viewer and to direct their gaze to specific events in the depicted narrative. The compositional features seem to betray, to relate to performance practices in urban spaces, like the staging of tableaux vivants during public processions, ceremonies and festivities which were commonly devised by painters, or plays performed by chambers of rhetoricians or rhetoricus. These theoretical aspects of the triptych were in some way also reminiscent on the ostentatiously performative qualities of Hugo van der Goes' late works, such as the Bruges Death of the Virgin or the Berlin Adoration of the Shepherd, and therefore the attribution to Joos van Wassenhove seemed to make sense, since both artists knew each other and presumably collaborated. It didn't occur to me at that point that both the attribution and the dating of the triptych might be less straightforward than I assumed. This changed, however, when I was trying to understand who painted the impressive crucifixion panel that José Juan had just discussed a second ago, and which was still then in a private collection in Madrid. While searching for possible comparisons, I also took a closer look at some of the details of the Calvary triptych in Ghent, since there were similarities in the background motifs. It was then that I started to realize how unusual the landscape and architecture in the background of the central panel of the Calvary actually was. Compared to works by leading painters in the Burgundian Netherlands during the second half of the 15th century and the early 1470s, in other words, Rogier, Bouts, Petrus Christus, the master of the Prado Redemption, or Hans Memling, the background of the Calvary appeared to be much more advanced in its representation of pictorial space, and made me wonder if the traditional dating of the painting needed to be reconsidered, and if the triptych could not have been painted a decade or so later. When viewing the triptych, the mountainous background landscape is among the most prominent feature that first catches the eye. The colorful panorama continuously stretches across all three panels, and on the formal level suggests a thematical cohesion of the three biblical events that are represented. On all three panels, the depiction of the mountains is reminiscent on the landscape of some parts of the lower register of the Ghent altarpiece, which must have served as a point of reference for both the painter and his patron. By way of example, I would like to single out the contrast between the rocky slopes in the foreground, with a warm brownish color, and the subtle and cool bluish peaks in far distance. To be clear, the way the mountains are painted is of course quite different from the Ghent altarpiece, but the painter of the Calvary triptych clearly attempts to achieve a similar effect with his own painterly means. Let's take a closer look at the central panel. While the depiction of the Calvary distinguishes between fore, middle, and background, which is typical, the way the painter conceived this division is rather unusual. The crucifixion is shown from an elevated point of view. It takes place on Mount Golgotha, with a silhouette of Jerusalem in the distance, and seen through two rock shapes that rise at both sides of the composition. Christ and the two thieves are shown in the foreground, whereby the lateral cross slightly recede backwards in space. The central cross of Christ is actually shown in closest proximity to the position of the beholder. The viewer's perspective on the scene is slightly raised, and its elevation is suggested by the inclusion of two rocks on each edge of the painting. On one hand, those rocks represent a kind of visual obstacle and keep the viewers formally at a distance to the biblical event. The motive also suggests, on the other hand, that the beholder is situated on an elevated plateau above the biblical event. This space between the frame and the scene functions, allow me the comparison, as a kind of proscenium to the spectacle that unfolds in the space beyond, in a triangular arrangement of figures around the crucified Christ that recalls the so-called two-point perspective. The predella follows the same principle for the depiction of the conquest of Jerusalem, with its diagonal alignment of the scene suggesting that its painter and the painter of the Calvary, if there were two, closely work together. On the left, there is a first group of two women and Mary, who has collapsed in grief and is comforted and cared for by them. At a short distance, there is John, the evangelist, on the left with his arms crossed before his breast. On the right, Mary Magdalene kneels on the floor and compassionately laments the grieving Virgin. Still further away are several women are shown below the cross of the good thief. There are two depicted in different stages of mourning. On the opposite side, a group of horsemen approach the cross in the center of the picture. At the right edge and closest to the proscenium, seen from the rear, two soldiers of the horses moved from the foreground into the middle ground. There are at the tail of the cavalcade that has stopped behind the cross of the bad thief. Their leaders, Longinus and Caiaphas, have already advanced. They are accompanied by two servants and are positioned below Christ. Judging from their gestures, they are engaged in a lively debate. The arrangement of figures around the cross of Mount Golgotha constitutes the foreground of the composition. It seemingly merges with the middle ground on the left. In a short distance, two women are shown. They are engaged in conversation and seem unaware of what's going on. They are positioned at the edge of a mountain close to a long and partly steep path that winds down towards the walled city of Jerusalem. Three people are approaching up to the top of the mountain, ascending from below as they have taken the road from the city on which in the distance a group of horsemen can be seen. The idea to show people move from Jerusalem to Golgotha and back might be directly linked to a lost crucifixion of Jan van Eyck, which is known by versions in the Turin-Milan hours and in the Cardo in Venice. In both cases, we see people descending down the road. The motive was conspicuous enough that inspired Andrea Mantegna in his famous painting in the Louvre. The painter of the Calvary altered its source quite radically and proposed a different solution to present the distance between the city and Golgotha. The city of Jerusalem, or what passes through it, is situated on a plain that is surrounded by hills and mountains. Here the painter made an unusual choice. The wall and one of the city gates are only partly visible on the left side, as the view is blocked by the lengthy road that leads up the hills towards the Mount Golgotha. This feature can be also found on the Prado crucifixion, whose painter clearly knew the Calvary triptych. To the right, however, the wall becomes visibly completely and the towers suggest the extension of the city. In the distance, on the foot of the hills, the rest of the city fortification registers faintly. On the Ghent altarpiece, a river runs through the city, a feature that the imagined town on the painting shared with many cities in the Low Countries. The river separates two parts of the city and then continues along the wall to the left. A bridge fortified with two towers on each side connects two banks. The bigger tower, which has been compared to the belfry, gives way to a road that leads into the town, into a monumental building where Pilate presents Christ to the crowd. This ex homo finds a sequel on the left where the painter depicted the carrying of the cross with a tall building in the background that evokes the church of St. Bavo in Ghent. I'm just looking at the transept at the tower. The depiction of the carrying of the cross is rather unorthodox, as the artist didn't paint it as a horizontal procession as it is common, but decided to show it frontally. On the Calvary triptych, here you have the details. On the Calvary triptych, Jerusalem is imagined as a walled town on the slope of mountains that surrounds a vast valley. The valley seems to stretch far into the background where other chains of mountains form the horizon. The distance of the hills and the mountains expressed by different colors. The painter obviously knew about the aerial perspective, but he applied his knowledge in a rather peculiar way. The parts of the landscape that are closest to the viewer are shown in light brown tints. The following segments of the mountains are shown in a somewhat darker green, followed by mountains peaked, painted in dark blue. From there on, the mountains become lighter again until they're almost white at the horizon. This flexible approach to the aerial perspective helps the painter to structure the space, and that can also be observed in the landscapes of the wing. Furthermore, it enables the painter to render the light changes caused by the clouds in the sky, which are quite remarkable and quite subtly painted. These things. Anyway, these dark shades on the mountains. This impressive feature no doubt alludes to the evangelist records of the biblical events and the night falls on the moment of Christ's death, but I don't recall encountering the effects of the clouds on a landscape in other paintings of the 1450s or 60s. Similar effects can be observed, it seems to me, in the background of the right wing of the Hugo van der Goes Portinari altarpiece, painted around the 1475s until 80s, unless the darker parts are caused by condition issues. And I think that will reveal itself once the painting in Florence is treated. When Hans Memling, in the early 1470s, ambitiously depicted the events of the Passion in a way that started at night and ended with the setting of the sun, this conceptual idea differs fundamentally from the observational subtlety in the Calvary. Some qualities of the Ghent Calvary can perhaps be expressed, best understood when it's directly compared to Dirk Bout's crucifixion in the Royal Museum of Fine Arts in Brussels. The readability of the fragile Brussels Tüchlein is of course limited, and some areas are close to impossible to understand. However, there can be little doubt about the fact that the painter of the Ghent Calvary had been well aware of this painting by Bout's or of a similar composition, as the figures and even the physiognomies closely reflect those from the artist in Leuven. Even the mountainous settings show remarkable analogies. The fundamental difference between both paintings, however, concerns the perspective and the position and arrangement of the figures. The Tüchlein in Brussels depicts the crucifixion from a highly elevated point of view and positions the first group of figures around the mourning virgins very close to the image frame on the left sides. Her entourage and the onlookers form a triangle and indicate the figures' recess in space. In their back, two groups of horsemen are shown below the central cross. Here, Bout's alter the point of possession as they are seen from a significantly less steep angle than the figures in front of them. Behind the mourners and horsemen, mountains rise to both sides on the composition, indicating the transition between the foreground and the background. One would be mistaken to imagine them in a distance, since a small group of onlookers can be seen in front of one on the left side. Due to the Tüchlein state of preservation, it is not entirely comprehensible how Bout's had envisioned the transition between the fore and the middle ground in the center of the composition. It seems like that he also depicted a winding road that ascended from the gates of Jerusalem towards Gelvator, but he didn't seem to have shown people on it. In the distance, the city of Jerusalem is visible. The town is fortified by a circular wall with several towers. While the wall is shown in top view, the buildings inside the fortifications are not. They are seen from a slightly elevated point of view. Like in the Ghent Calvary, the city is positioned on the river that continues to the right and meanders through the fertile valley towards the horizon. The valley, too, is shown from an elevated point of view so that the top of the surrounding mountains become visible. Compared to Bout's composition with its multiple shifts of viewpoints, the Calvary in Ghent conceives the space in a much more consistent manner. A particularly interesting feature of the painting in Ghent is the fact that the horizon is lowered towards the middle of the composition. In early English painting, this is not entirely unusual way to arrange landscape background. On the contrary, for example, the middle of the Sforza triptych by a follower van der Weyden, the position from the cross by the Mass of the Prado Redemption, and his workshop in the Memling Krabbe triptych. But in contrast to the most representation of the crucifixion that are known from the period, the painter of the Calvary elevated the figure to the crucified cross above the horizon, therefore achieved a different, more monumental result, one that may, do I dare, point to German roots or acquaintance of Italian at crucifixions like those by Mantegna, Antonello, or Fouquet. All these observations may concern minor aspects of the Calvary triptych, but they do reveal how extraordinarily unusual and original the painter of the Calvary approached his subject and, more importantly, understood the pictorial space. He is clearly aware of the compositional solutions of his predecessors, such as Van Eyck, Rogier, or Bout's, which he altered to fit his own artistic view. Let me give you another example. The colorful twilight above the sky and the brazen serpent on the triptych's right wing, for example, pays attention to a celestial phenomenon which is not commonly seen in early Dutch painting, but is a feature that we find in paintings by Dirk Bouts, whose work clearly has been a model for the Ghent painter. The technical precision in which Bouts and his workshop depicted such phenomena in their work is quite different from the quick and yet very efficient brushwork that can be seen throughout the entire skies in the Ghent Calvary triptych. A similar observation can be made about the manner that he painted landscape. The distant trees, rocks, and mountains are monochrome, greenish and bluish areas that subtly change shades and seem to have been applied under what looks a diluted, watery or washy paint. This broad brushwork is very different from what the more detailed and concise approach that can be observed in landscape produced by people like Dirk Bouts. One wonders if that actually is a consequence of the acquaintance with the technique of Tüchlein painting, which of course uses that technique more regular, and that has been, I think, suggested by the article that Christine Seidel and Mrs. Scully have produced a few years ago. Whereas this feature could be considered to be typical for some paintings produced in Ghent during the last third of the 15th century or not, similar landscapes occur in various paintings attributed to Hugo van der Goes and his followers, such as the Vienna diptych, the donor wings of the Portinari altarpiece, the Hippolytus triptych in Bruges, the Gomez Moreno lamentation in Granada that was shown in the Hugo show in Berlin. It can also be seen in the Middendorf Virgin and Child with Saints, in the Phoebus collection, which is currently presumably by a contemporary painter from Ghent. Even in the background of the Calvary's predella, these coarsely painted monochrome areas, which may be linked to the main altarpiece, can be found. The landscape on the crucifixion in the Prado on the other end has been very different color scheme and seems like a distant echo of what we encounter in the triptych. Since Bode Brinkmann suggested in the 90s to identify the painter of the predella in the Museum of Fine Arts in Ghent with the Vienna Master of Mary of Burgundy, the authorship of this illuminator has since been more or less generally accepted. In the years that followed, the traditional division between illuminators and painters in the Low Countries has been successfully questioned, not the least because of the illuminating the Renaissance exhibition in Los Angeles and London in 2003 and 2004. Even in Bruges, where painters and illuminators were organized in separate guilds and jealously defended their respective privileges, painters like Petrus Christus or Gerard David were occasionally active as illuminators, and Simon Bening's contemporaries praised him not only for his miniatures, but also for his paintings in oil. In Ghent, where painters and illuminators belong to the same corporation, collaboration seems to have been more common, not the least because of the limited survival of panel paintings from Ghent and because of the cooperation of illuminators from different cities on single manuscript. The precise nature of collaboration is not entirely clear, but it's safe to assume that patterns were exchanged and compositions were shared among the workshop and in different pictorial media. A point in case are the remarkable links between the paintings by Hugo van der Goes and illumination by the master of the Houghton miniatures. Such context perhaps may not always have been quite as unambiguous as one would assume at first, namely that the painters influenced illuminators and not vice versa. If we do accept the idea, for which we have heard good arguments from different perspectives, from Danny Pratt, that the predella was specifically made for the Calvary triptych and might have been part of the original commission, the collaboration between both artists suggests yet another form of cooperation, one in which the Calvary master most likely subcontracted the Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy. Even before the suggested unification of the painter of the predella with the Vienna master, links to the three eponymous miniatures in the Vienna Hours and the Calvary triptych have already been recognized by Georges Audin-Delou, and Eberhard Schenk to Schweinsberg even suggested in the 1970s, looking at the Nassau Hours, that the illuminator and the painter, whom he believed was Joos van Wassenhove, was one and the same person. In his contribution to illuminating the Renaissance and during the previous Zoom and yesterday, Tom Krenn has addressed the similarities between the Calvary and the relevant Passion miniatures in the Vienna Hours of Mary of Burgundy convincingly. Among several aspects. He singled out the diagonally arranged groups of figures that move from the back to the front. At one side of the image, the V-shaped horizon and the carrying of the cross, and the miniatures of the Christ nailed to the cross. In the crucifixion, I might add, the figures are similarly positioned in a semicircle towards in the front of the scene, and Christ and the two thieves to the side are shown high above the horizon. Tom Crenn also remarked that various figures in both miniatures would turn and look out of the image towards the viewer. Remarkably enough, however, the Vienna Master's miniatures, Christ nailed to the cross and the crucifixion, the motive of what I have earlier called the proscenium in the discussion of the Ghent Calvary can be noted. The inclusion of these motives in the Vienna Book of Hours does seem to suggest that the illuminator was influenced by the painter. This temporal dependency is also suggested with the traditional dating of the miniatures in the early or mid-1470s on one hand side, and the commission of the triptych by Laurent de Marthe in the late 1460s. But if we were to reverse this relationship and to assume for a moment that the miniatures would predate the triptych, that in other words, the peculiarities of the Calvary would be inspired, at least in part, by the extraordinary invention of the Vienna Master, what then? In this case, the painter of the Calvary would have fundamentally simplified the composition instead of complicating it, as is in the case of the Vienna Master. In terms of the understanding of the pictorial space, the Ghent Calvary then would have transformed an image made in another medium for a different viewing experience into a monumental altarpiece. Could such a scenario account for the peculiarities that we encounter in the triptych? Just let me skip a few things regarding Lieven van Naten, which of course is also a person who needs to be addressed working with the Vienna Master, and actually overlapping in Antwerp, where he and Joos van Wassenhove actually were having studios at the same time. So returning to the Vienna Master of Mary Burgundy, I would like to draw your attention to the secular manuscript, the French translation of Quintus Curtius Rufus' History of Alexander the Great by the Portuguese humanist Vasco da Lucena, which Marion has just mentioned. The illuminations were commissioned by the Bruges miniaturist Loisette Liédé and can be dated through payment records in the period of circa 1468 to 1470. Most of the miniatures are by Liédé in his workshop, like this one, and the many multi-figured battle scenes that are illustrated throughout the volume bring to mind Tom Crenn's question if the predella of the Ghent Calvary triptych has not been entrusted to an illuminator because of their knowledge of antique stories, and I might add that it might have been beneficial as well that they were routinely composing multi-figured battle scenes. In addition to the miniature that betray the typical stiff style of Liédé, there are miniatures that are executed by a different hand and have been attributed by Tom to the early career of the Master of Mary of Vienna Master of Mary Burgundy, a junior collaborator of Liédé in this case. Two of the master's large miniatures are of interest to us as they depict the historical scene and landscape canon. The first miniature shows a meeting of Alexander and two messengers of the Persian king Darius. The event is shown in front of a vast landscape with a hill in the center. On the right side, a walled town is shown next to a river that leads towards a distant horizon. The illuminator uses the aerial perspective in a way that is closer to the Master of the Ghent Calvary than to the background of Liédé's miniatures. The foreground is shown in warm and light colors. The background is painted in cool blue, which is getting lighter in the distance. A second miniature on folio 175 shows a battle scene between Spartaminis and Alexander the Greeks, Alexander's Greek mercenaries near Samarkand in front of an impressive panoramic landscape with rows of mountains at the horizon. The battle scene takes place on an elevated hill as indicated by a rock on the left edge which covers part of the Greek rearguard. The tents of Alexander's camp is shown next to a river on the left. The camp, as well as the entire background, are clearly managed to be below the elevated background, are consequently seen from above. The concept of space in this early work by the Vienna master is similar to what we have encountered in the Ghent altar piece, Ghent Calvary's landscape background. I would like to conclude my remark by just pointing out to another manuscript that Tom has pointed out to me. That's a copy of a Liber Floridus kept in the Musée Condé in Chantilly, made for Philippe Conrot during his abbotship in St. Peter in Ghent that began in 1441. 1471, Conrot resigned for health reasons from the position and died 4 years later. This suggests a date in the late 1460s or 70s at the latest. The date of 1448 that Hanno Weismann has suggested doesn't seem possible at all from a stylistic point of view. The manuscript was quite certainly produced in Ghent during the time when both Joos van Wassenhove and Hugo van der Goes and Sander Spening were already active in town. As Cran noted, different illuminators were contributing the illustration, but it is unclear who the lead artists were. The suggestion to attribute the best miniatures to the manuscript to the young Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy is convincing because of the stylistic similarities with illustrations in the Alexander manuscript, and Tom has published a small article about that in the Festschrift of Alexander François Avril. Yeah. With that in mind, I'm just showing a few of these images, and you see that even the more common miniatures feature landscape landscape motives that can be, I think, compared to what we've seen in the Ghent Calvary. To conclude, and thereby I really finish, the landscape of the Ghent Calvary is exceptional in more than one way. As far as we know, there aren't examples in the medium of panel painting that convincingly have served as a model. On the other hand, there are parallels with landscapes and Flemish book laminations that were produced before 1475 in Ghent. Chief among them are known miniatures in the Vienna master, in the oeuvre of the Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy, especially those in the eponymous prayer book, but also the earlier one, works by Lieven van Laven, that collaborated with the Vienna master. Since the dating of some of the manuscript is not necessarily always supported in documentary evidence and based on stylistic evidence and circumstantial observations, this still remains a conundrum. I think key for me is the understanding how to place the predella scene in the chronological order of the master of the Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Till. You can stay seated. Jose Juan, may I invite you to join the stage? I've heard from Lauren Campbell and Nicola Christie that if there are any questions for their talk, you can reach them by email. And if you don't have their email, you can send an email to giustodigand@gmail.com. Yes, he exists. Paula is also invited to, to answer some questions dealing with that talk. Please, are there any questions for one of the speakers of this session? Stefan?
The miniatures you have shown, Till, and what was interesting, the one that is maybe by the young master of Mary of Burgundy, showing the meeting of Alexander the Great and some others, is clearly based on the famous beach scene of the Turin Milan Hours. Look at it. There's how do you say this if the horse goes up? The front at the left and then the kneeling figure reaching up. So I have the feeling that this artist might have had some knowledge of Aikian works.
Oh, I'm sure they all had knowledge of Aikian work. The point which I'm trying to make is that the landscape is very different, and it has a very elevated landscape that has little to do with Van Eyck.
That is true, but some elements, you showed it yourself, resemble the Ghent altarpiece, and I mean there is maybe the Vienna master, whoever that might have been, maybe he had a closer connection to this Aikian stuff. I mean, not everybody could have seen the Turin Milan hours.
To answer to that, because yeah, obviously, I mean, you have read my articles. I've been telling the world, trying to tell the world better, that I think that really the Aikian heritage is passed on via illuminators and Liebenvernatem and others to the next generation, Bening and Hohenbaut. I mean, that's very clear to me, no question about that. Of course, the master of Mary of Burgundy plays a major role in that. And if he had access, he would have had that, for example, by his collaboration with Liebenvernatem. We don't know that, but I mean, it's very clear that manuscripts shouldn't be, discarded there. No, absolutely.
Yes, Giet.
In the past days, we've seen a lot, we've seen a lot of stylistic comparisons. And I think especially for, if you make comparisons between the predella and the Calvary, what I miss terribly is that the respect of the scale. I mean, those little figures in the Calvary. I mean, I would like to see comparisons with the small people in the back of the little ones of the predella, with the very small figures in the back. I mean, often. I mean, personally, I find it very difficult. A lot of those stylistic comparisons I see, you cannot put a head, that is life size next to a head, that is. But it's not to one person. I say it. It's just in general. It doesn't. The paint technique, is different. If you, voilà.
I don't think I've compared heads. I was really sort of interested in pictorial space, and my point, maybe I didn't get that across. Is what you're looking at.
But it's not specifically. It's just a general remark, and especially if it goes about the predella, and the question if the predella goes with the crucifixion. I mean, I miss to see a true comparison. I haven't seen one.
Francesca, you had a question?
Thank you. So first of all, allow me to say how inspiring are always Lorne Campbell researches and of course Nicholas Christie's. And I appreciate so much without a name in the slides. I appreciate it. But you know that I prefer doubts than certainties. So, and I know there are many people from the National Galleries too. And are you planning to do some other technical research? Because this surely will allow us to know more about, because I'm starting to change my mind. As you know, I mean, I see more and more Giusto in this officina. So I ask you and all the people now, I don't see where they are, from the National Gallery, if is planned to do some other researches on this?
I don't think this is one for me to answer because I'm not at the Royal Collection or the National Gallery, but indeed maybe possibly Emma Capron, who is there, can answer that question.
No, thank you, Francesca. It's been a very stimulating few days for us at the gallery. I mean, I think that Jill and I mean, there has been new infrared reflectography that has been done in 2011 on our two liberal arts, which is the one that Poa showed. It doesn't show much similarity with what we see in the Communion, frankly. And for us in those past few days, we're actually, I think, perhaps slightly moving away from Giusto, at least from the painter of the Communion. So there's food for thought here. Well, I mean, the double portrait seems to be something completely in line. And What do you mean? Sorry. Well, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, the Berruguete question is one where I think we need more thought to really. I think, you know, the corpus of Berruguete itself needs some work as well. So I think that's where you.
Yes. Yes. It would be fantastic to share the data. I have a question.
No, but essentially, yes, we will want to be doing more with our scientific teams upon returning, I think.
Okay, that's all good news. Is there any more question for
Yes.
Jose Juan about the Prado panel?
I have a question.
Yeah, for Max and for Daphne. And then we close after these two questions.
Thank you for your presentation of the new fantastic painting. I have a bit a doubt that it has to do, well, if it's situated in Ghent, that it has to do with the confraternity of the dry tree, because that's Bruges, of course. And the confraternity of the dry tree is pull out like a rabbit from a hat whenever it's useful. So I would be a bit careful with that.
From the have any security about where the painting was done, and I was trying to make some kind of how can I say that, over some kind of speculations about what could be. I mean, there are some questions that could imply that maybe it was done in Ghent because of some formal comparisons, as for instance the palm tree or that. The question of the confraternity of the dry tree, of course, is related to Bruges, and it's just questions open, of course, that could be. Also, that idea about because my main aim on studying the painting was the possibility that it was commissioned by any Spaniard family, of course, and trying to do connections, I would have touched a lot of very different things, of course, that could be, that in the future, I hope they could be properly resolved. But it's very, very speculating, all of what I have said, of course, and I'm very aware of that.
Sadly, we missed the chance to. Sorry? Sadly, we missed the chance to show it in the context of Google Funding.
That is something I will be saying always, of course. I have to confess that.
Okay, there's a last question by Daphne De Luca. No? No questions anymore?
For me, Bart, I have a question.
Okay, a very short one. A very precise one, if possible.
Difficult. No, is a reflection about, a consideration about the Hampton Court painting. Of course, very imaged. It would be nice to see again the details and also the other parts of the infrared of the other figures. I'm wondering something about the figure, for example, of Giovanni Santi as a great portrait painter. We know almost anything about that, but inside this painting, perhaps the best parts are some portraits. There is a very beautiful young boy attributed to him, I believe it is him, no doubt, in Thyssen-Bornemisza, and it would be, it wasn't here for the exhibition, unfortunately, in 2019, and it would be nice to see if, or I'm wondering if the Duke, Federico, could have favored the logic of collaboration on some artists. For some parts, as we saw in the studiolo, the first painter, the second painter of the Illustri, maybe a third one. I mean, it's something coming out here is in a new logic, perhaps in reasoning about these masters and their collaboration. So perhaps also in the Hampton Court there could be something similar, I don't know.
Possibly. Possibly, it's because the condition is so, it's so poor, it's so illegible. I mean, it's impossible, I think, to start to identify different hands executing different elements of that painting. In principle, I think the idea of collaboration within this group is possible. I think certainly within the famous men, as we were discussing today when we were in the Palace, and I think likewise in the London, the liberal arts series, and indeed just judging from the photographs of the ones that are destroyed in Berlin, there looks to be sort of slightly different sort of execution, different style, perhaps even in certainly some of the Berlin figures. Again, if one can judge from really old black and white photographs of something that is not in good condition. I'm thinking particularly of the destroyed astronomy in Berlin. But yeah, you know, in principle, the idea of artists collaborating, artists who are working for Federico, collaborating on projects, on a single project, I think, you know, in some ways is very appealing. And I suggested that in my talk, certainly apropos the architectural elements in the liberal arts with Francesco Di Giorgio, perhaps collaborating. But coming back to your point about the portraiture in the discourse, you know, you can't rule anything out definitively. But firstly, I would say you really need to think about, you know, remember the condition. And I think secondly, we need to remember that, again, this was something that came up in Rome, which feels like a very long time ago now. But this thing about justice, presumably one of the reasons why Federico has justice working at his court is because amongst the sort of Netherlandish things that he likes is portraiture. And if you assume that the Hampton Court picture is by Justice of Ghent, you know, is by the Netherlandish painter, then you would imagine that Federico would have wanted him to paint the portraits, because portraiture is sort of one of the things you want your Netherlandish artist to do. And that's all I'm going to say, unless Lorne has magically winged an email in responding to that, but I suspect he hasn't.
Okay, thank you very much. I can imagine that there are still many, many questions and many other topics to discuss. For some people of us, this symposium is like an ending point of research that we have done in the past years. For others, it might be a starting point. That's the purpose of this symposium. So thanks for all the speakers of this session. You may go back to your seat. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you to the one and the only Max Martens. I don't think that we can imagine a symposium on a painter coming from Ghent better than by a professor coming from Ghent. So please, Max Martens, we're very happy that you accepted the invitation of the heavy task of presenting some closing remarks of this symposium. Max Martens, professor from Ghent University, the floor is yours.
Well, I must say I find the task of summarizing what has been said the last few days more challenging than summarizing the complete works of Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault in 15 minutes, but I'll try. Day one set the stage with lectures on the historiography of Giusto di Gand by Paul Anutel and the art historical problem of mutual influence between his northern style, imagery and technique, as well as his response to what he encountered here in Italy and especially at the court of Urbino. Paolo provided us with a very useful status questionis, recalling the many problems of attributions in the justice group, and with exception of the Ghent crucifixion. Their respective dates, some based on documents or historical facts like Montefeltro's changing titles or Guido Baldo's apparent age. and also pointed out the crucial element of the problematic condition of most of these paintings, as well as of their often complicated provenance. We also were brought up to date with the problems surrounding the identification of Pietro Spagnola with the Castilian painter Pedro Berruguete and his now often challenged possible role in Giusto's workshop, not to ask ourselves what remains of Pedro Berruguete at the Urbino court. Also, the introduction into some technical issues was excellent. For instance, the problems that Justus encountered while adapting to local practice, like that he applied the gesso ground too thinly on the popular support in the communion, or his tendency to work faster and strong in pasto, in musica, which is very un-Flemish. On the other hand, the discovery of glass as a filler, introduced as a Flemish practice that may have influenced Santi and Raphael, is irrefutable evidence of Justus' impact on local practice, and the same holds for metal foil as an intermediate layer. We heard more about the use of materials by Steven Salverwijs and Gianluca Poldi yesterday, of course. They aren't that different in the Flemish and Italian works and are highly dependent on what was locally available. Another important issue, which has been elaborated upon in other lectures, is the way Justus was influenced and actually used Italian architectural motifs, perspective, and a geometric approach to composition. We have made important steps in coming to terms with the entangled art historical problem of how an immigrant artist was on the one hand changing his style and technique, and on the other exerting influence on local and other foreign colleagues, all active here in this very remarkable center of early Renaissance knowledge and artistic practice. By the way, I do think that Italian art theory made the distinction between tecne and maniera, but we can't be absolutely sure that this was already the case at Montefeltro's court. Tommaso di Carpegna Falconieri provided us with a survey of the state of the art of our knowledge of Federico da Montefeltro and his court, starting off with the famous description of the court of Urbino, for instance, in Il Cortegiano by Baldassare Castiglione. The author referred to the main sources, like chronicles by Susek, who described the household of the Duke consisting of 600 to 800 persons. And I was wondering what the leopard attendant was doing all day besides feeding the beast now and then. Followed by an account of the female household, anonymous, but perhaps by the same author, and then a third document describing all the duties of all those court members. Another crucial text, and certainly to us, is Vespasiano da Bistici's account of Federico's life, particularly interesting as he mentions Giusto di Gand. Tommaso reviewed also in short the history of the court in later centuries, when it fell into oblivion until it was rediscovered by 19th century scholars like Denniston, here, Ugolini, and Burkhardt. The latter resurrected Federico as the magnificent Renaissance prince. He further drew our attention to the revival of court studies in the 1980s and 90s with the celebration of the 500th death date of Montefeltro in 1982, and reviewed the scholarly literature up to the present day, like Francesca Botticini's book on Giusto's Communion. After the successful Hugo van der Hoes exhibition last year, Stefan Kemperdick zoomed in on the relationship between the Gand artist and how Hugo's influence may have resonated in Justus' Italian works. he actually demonstrated that it was rather Jan van Eyck's Gand altarpiece that exerted the decisive influence on the Gand crucifixion, than that there was barely any relationship, be it even a teacher-pupil one, with Hugo van der Goes. The only resemblance seems to be a prolific tendency to using pastel or couleur changeante, chromatic schemes, and distinctive aerial perspective as a means to create depth. The question arises whether that is distinctive for the very little known Gand production. The issue has been addressed mainly by manuscript specialists such as Tom Cran, as it is the only medium that has survived of what the Gand rhetorician van Warnewijk called the beroerlijke tijden, the disastrous era of iconoclasm, and voornamelijk te Gand, and mainly in Gand. Bart Franssen concentrated on the historiography of the Gand Calvary, glossing over earlier attributions up to the more generally accepted attribution to Justice of Gand by Friedrich Winkler in 1916. More than a century later, scientific examination refines traditional connoisseurship, allowing for more substantiated comparisons of technique, style, and the material condition in which the attributed works have come down to us. However, what remains of the old assumptions? For one thing, I am wondering where the old chroniclers came up with the attribution to the famous but completely forgotten Gerard van der Meeren, although as far as we know, he died way too early to have been the author of the Gand crucifixion triptych. But it is bon ton that Van Mander, Guicciardini, et tutti quanti were fabulating. But there is always a nucleus of truth in their accounts, contorted by decades of historical distance, much more than we tend to admit. On the other hand, one of my famous predecessors at Ghent University, Hulin de Loo, proposed Daniel de Rijke as the author, later followed by one of my teachers, Antoine de Schrijver. I remember questioning his reading of an inscription during his classes. But the very few art historians familiar with the Ghent archives, like de Schrijver was, and me too actually, know that de Rijke was a very prolific artist who belonged to the highest paid ones who collaborated on the 1468 decorations of the wedding of Charles the Bold and Margaret of York. After all, what we know of Joos van Wassenhove is that he left for Rome in the early 1470s, and that upon his arrival here in Italy, he was called Giusto di Gand in the Urbino archives, which firmly and undoubtedly link him to the Communion and the other works for the studioli and other commissions by Federico da Montefeltro. However, there has never been a decisive, tangible reason to consider him the author of the Gand Calvary. Perhaps the archivist, I'm just raising the question, of course, perhaps the archivist Victor Fris put us on the wrong leg when he made the connection with Laurens de Maar, based on the very dubious and damaged saint on the reverse of one of the wings. Admittedly, this connection is anything but certain, but has been taken too much at face value. This has important consequences. For instance, a date for the Ghent crucifixion between 1462 and 68, very early, and it is unlikely from a stylistic point of view. Although the dendrochronological data presented by Christophe Magie arrives at the terminus postquem of 1458, also for the predella. When hearing the arguments for a much later date, however, I am experiencing an epistemological crisis. I have been rather confident that, as a connoisseur, I was able to date 15th century Flemish paintings with a margin of error,
of about 10 to 15 years. But the evidence presented here, for instance, based on weaponry and military garment, seems to situate it after at least 1480, if not the 1490s. The experts hold different opinions, though. Dominique Deneuve discussed the possible donors of the triptych, Laurens de Mar and his wife, Louise van Hove. He was receveur général of Flanders, Artois, and Mechelen at the court of Philip the Good since 1446 and founded masses and a chapel in the church of St. John in 1460, 62, and 63. The triptych would, in the light of this later date, have been commissioned for their family chapel, which Dominique situated with good arguments in the lost old Romanesque chapel of the nave closest to the southern transept of St. John's. As this old hypothesis of the commission is incongruent with a much later date, Dominique brings the heirs of the De Mar couple into focus. With all due respect, I doubt that the commission would have been made without any reference at all, like coats of arms, to the actual commissioners, the children in this case, contradictory to any foundation we know of in the 15th century Low Countries. The first session of day 2 was devoted to different aspects of the Gand Calvary triptych. My colleague, Danny Praat, presented the most coherent iconographical reading to date of the triptych and its predella, now at the Museum of Fine Arts in Ghent, in the light of medieval anti-Judaism promoted by patristic and other medieval theological writings. He made convincing parallels between the typological side panels with the Moses scenes and the 40 years of Exodus, with the destruction of the second temple by Solomon by Titus 40 years after Christ's crucifixion, shown in the central panel, and the beginning of the diaspora, which according to Flavius Josephus and St. Augustine, among others, was the divine vengeance on the Jewish people. Tom Cran dates the military garb circa 1470, and I feel much more comfortable with that, and retains the attribution of the crucifixion to Joos van Wassenhove, and follows Bodo Brinkmann's attribution of the predella to the Vienna Master of Mary of Burgundy. This connection is crucial in a novel comprehension of the Gand school of painting and illumination in the 15th century. Moreover, he supposes a narrow collaboration between the two masters. He is the first to elaborate on the connection of the Calvary to miniatures in the Vienna hours in terms of postures and figure style after Hulin and Lo and the Schrijver had proposed the link. He further makes the connection with another prominent illuminator from Ghent, Lieven van Latham, to whom Van Wassenhove may owe his particular pastel-like color use, and thus very importantly points out that on this basis the use of changeant colors doesn't necessarily exclude or date for the triptych in the early 1470s. This sentence doesn't work. So doesn't exclude a date of in the early 1470s. After their conservation, treatment, and technical study of the triptych in 2020, Livia de Peut and Françoise Rosier revealed changes during the artistic production process and indications for collaboration of workshop assistants. The underdrawing shows dramatic changes. The most surprising result was the very convincing division of hands and the very unexpected left-right division of labor that the authors demonstrated convincingly, not only in the underdrawing, but very clearly also in the paint layers, such as, for instance, the vegetation. I thought we may see here Joos van Wassenhove and Justus van Gand working together. The predella shows a third hand in the underdrawing. Parenthetically, it was the first IRR assembly I ever made with Dolf van Asperen de Boer many years ago, still by cutting up photographs and gluing them on hardboard. So I have good memories of that. The second session of the second conference day was devoted to the communion of the apostles. Francesca Bottacin discussed some highlights of her 2021 monograph on the communion, the core work of the Giusto di Gand group. Francesca is more of a separatist than a unionist with respect to the oeuvre of Giusto di Gand. She attributes the confusion to the problems of condition and the adverse reception of the artist's work, and gave a critical survey of how former opinions were highly influenced by nationalistic politics and authority of art historical semi-gods like Roberto Longhi, who considered Northern painters, including even Van Eyck and Dürer, as worthless junk. It's never good to, one always has to criticize and question authority. Gianluca Poldi discussed the underdrawing in the communion and some panels of the series of The Illustrious Man, providing material evidence for comparison with the results of similar investigation of the work in Ghent Cathedral. It is now the moment to carefully compare this material and confront it with other relevant data like that provided by the Metropolitan's adoration that Marion talked about. Today, the third day of this colloquium was entirely devoted to other works related to the Justice of Gand group. Laura Baratin made the connection between the communion with Giovanni Santi's Communion of St. Peter based on 3D models and deformation of the supports. Fernando Marias talked about the problematic identification of the Spanish painter at Urbino court as Pedro Berruguete. It seems that consensus is being reached slowly on that particular problem. And Marion Ainsworth and Sophie Scully presented technical and stylistical evidence for the attribution and date of the adoration of the Magi, another work attributed to Justice of Gand, Giusto di Gand. This Tuc line shows both Flemish and more specifically Boutian and Italian stylistic influence. Although it is rather difficult to compare Tuc line with oil paintings on panel due to the very different technique, but also the state of conservation, there are clearly similarities between hatching in the underdrawing of the Gand Calvary and hatching in the paint of the matte adoration. Also, the buildup of the paint layers in the female faces is very similar, as was made clear in the comparison of the respective X-rays we saw. This allows to maintain the attribution of the matte painting to Justice of Gand, that is, in this case, the author of the Gand Calvary. Where Otto Pecht already suggested a late date after the communion without providing any argumentation for this claim, this hypothesis is substantiated by the authors of this paper, who dated circa 1475. Marion Ainsworth and Sophie Scully considered the geometric structure of the composition and the background architecture as proof that the artist could have come up with such an approach after having been exposed to the innovative taste at the Montefeltro court. More specifically, the attention to geometry can be related to Piero della Francesca's treatise on Euclid's 5 regular geometric bodies dedicated to the Duke's son. The authors see shared characteristics between the Gand Calvary, the Urbino Communion, and the matte adoration in figure types, the poses of heads and facial expressions, and relies on hand gestures to accentuate the composition. They refer to similarities in the respective underdrawings of the paintings for instance, again, in the articulation of hands, or hook-ended fold lines augmented by very fine parallel and cross-hatching to indicate the modeling of forms. Thus, Marion fervently defended what I may call the unionist point of view in the causes we gathered here to discuss. Martelbruggen Israel is concentrated on changing functions of rooms in the ducal palace, and specifically of the winter apartment studiolo, and the repercussions this had on the portrait series of the illustrious man. Juan José Pérez Preciado discussed the fascinating new acquisition of the Museo del Prado that can be situated in a circle around Hugo van der Goes, and may thus be one of the missing links in our fragmented knowledge of Gand artistic production in the last third of the 15th century. Nicola Christie and Lauren Campbell, through Paula's reading of their text, focused on the Hampton Court painting of Federico da Montefeltro, and others listening to a discourse. Based on Guidobaldo's apparent age, the picture can be dated 1480 approximately, rediscovered in the 19th century in a horrific condition. It is still in a very disturbed state of conservation and therefore difficult to study as far as style and its attribution is concerned. The arguments of the figures in space recall the composition of the Urbino communion. One of the figures in the background resembles one of the famous men, Virgil, while the underdrawn head of the Duke Federico reminds of Vittorino de Feltre, another piece in the same series. The head of Guidobaldo is painted on an intermediate support of metal foil, a technique found in paintings by Roger van der Weyden and Hugo van der Goes. In the National Gallery's liberal arts panels, Flemish handling of different oils were found, while powdered glass was used as a filler in Rat Lake. Finally, Till Holger Borger first drew attention to the innovative dramaturgical layout of the crucifixion and went into great lengths in explaining this compositional build-up, and therefore doubts the traditional early date in the 1460s. Also, he supposes that the artist worked, again in close collaboration with the author of the predella, and there seems to grow some consensus around this idea, certainly also based on the iconology. He discussed the relationship with the Bouts tradition, on which the author improved. He influenced other supposedly Gand artists, like the author of the New Prado Crucifixion. Till elaborated further on Tom Grant's observations on the fascinating connections between the Calvary master and contemporary illuminators like the Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy and Lieven van Laten. 40 years ago, I went up to my advisor and I proposed a thesis on the Gand school of painting of the 15th century after the Gand altarpiece. He told me, Van Mander doesn't talk about that, you have to work on Rubens. And he retired and I went to the States, but I'm very happy that I changed my subject because it is pretty difficult. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Max, for these closing remarks. Francesca?
So just two practical information before we are going just for the speakers now, for who wants of the speakers, to the Oratorio del Corpus Domini. That's actually the Church of San Francesco near the Mercatale. So if you want to join us, just for the speaker because of the space. And also after the concert will be, unfortunately, just for the speakers, because, as I told Tom Crane, it's not Los Angeles, so we have small spaces here in Urbino. This is the first. Then I'm really overwhelmed so many emotions and suggestions, but I want to thank you all. First of all the speakers that have accepted our invitations, all the participants, all the chairs, and let me please say a special thanks to all the students, all my students and former students that are not dead, not yet. They are still are listening, and so really from the bottom of my heart, thank you all, really. It's kind of really of a dream, of a big adventure that we start 2 years ago, and now it's quite finished.
And now it's already finished. This is incredible.
It's already finished. Okay, thank you all. Thank you.
Yes. If I may add to this some more words of thanking, I'm not going to mention all the institutions who supported this symposium financially and also in kind. These have already been mentioned on the first day. But the support you also need from people, not only from money. And the people who were crucial for organizing this, and we've had so many meetings on a moment where nobody likes to have meetings, which is always on a Friday late afternoon, starting already at 4, right before the weekend. Many thanks to Veronica Tronconi, to Alessandro, and to Nina. Please stand up. Thanks for all for coming. I wish you all a safe and a good flight or trip back to your home country. You're coming from all over the world. For those who go with us tomorrow back by bus to Rome, we leave at 10 o'clock sharp from the Santa Lucia gate in Urbino.
No, it's close. It's not so far from the Bonponte. I think maybe Alessandro could, you are staying in the Bonponte, so tomorrow you can lead them to Santa Lucia, okay? Maybe you can make an appointment at 9:30 and then go straight to Santa Lucia, okay? Okay.